It's now 6:52 p.m. We
Probably might have to just share that.
How about his? Well, you already shared.
Good. Chair.
Doesn't share the ones from Pam.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you. Grace will bring them in.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, right?
Sorry, folks.
All right. It's now 6:53 p.m. Sorry for the little weather delay with the lights going off. We'll continue the application that we had, folks. If you are having difficulty hearing, please move up a little bit. We'll do our best to, with the microphone. Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat what application number this is?
Yeah, we'll repeat. Yeah, we'll repeat the application and then continue from there.
You want me to do it?
Okay, the application number is 25-41, 1885, 565 Escrow, Angelina LLC. The application number is number 25-41, number 1885, and it's number 565 SP, Angelina LLC. All right, sir. I believe where we left off was questioning completeness. Dan, you have a, okay. So you're okay with the waivers and the conditions that they can,
Yes, for
Remedy.
submission, yes.
okay. So as far as completeness, do
For
we have a motion
completeness, yes.
to accept completeness with those waivers?
With their agreement and the board's agreement, with the board's agreement for the waivers and their agreement to the conditions of approval, yes, they can be deemed complete.
Okay. Do we have a motion to deem the application complete?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sir, you're on.
Okay. Everybody hear me? Great. Okay. So I just want to start with going over some existing conditions here. So,
Council credentials for the record. We started out with that, so.
oh,
we need to-
okay. My name's Scott Brown, professional engineer, professional land surveyor. I'm a graduate of Drexel University in 1987. Got my PE license in 1994.
Speak up. Speak loud.
Got my PLS license in 1999. And I'm currently the operations manager at Pynchon.
At where, sir? I can't hear you.
At Pynchon, LLC.
Okay.
Pinchin. Yes. Yes, I've been for over 30 years. Probably have been in front of
Okay.
200.
You can accept him as an expert, so you can move on. So
Okay.
this is really difficult.
All right, so this is block 1201. It's lot 15, also known as 130 Grandview Avenue. It's about a third of the mile north from Liberty Library 4 restaurant. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. The lot's about 0.959 acres. It's completely vacant. There's no trees. It's just grass. It's bounded by Grandview Ave, Harrell Ave, and the Black Horse Pike. There's a bituminous curb that's along Harrell Avenue, but there's no curb along Grandview or the Black Horse Pike. Both Grandview and Harrell connect with North Main Street. Grandview is about 45 feet wide, Harrell is 40 feet wide, and Black Horse Pike's 120 feet wide in that area. The lot is in a sewer service area, but the sewer is not available in this area. There's this public water that's available along Harrell and also Grandview. So what we're proposing to do is we're proposing a minor subdivision into 2 lots. Lot 15 would be the remainder. That's 20,044 square feet. And lot 15.01 is 21,710 square feet. So you can see it on this map. This is exactly how we're subdividing it, right down to the center with the larger lot over there. So what we're proposing is 2 duplexes.
Can we mark down this exhibit? The front and back is Exhibit A, whatever you're referencing to for the record. And sir, you're gonna have to speak more loudly. That's it.
Okay, trying to do the best I can here.
That's okay.
Can we give him maybe Adam's mic and then they can share
Yeah,
that one?
we're gonna give you the planner's mic.
Because that's really tiny. Yeah. That way you can sit in on the thing, but you still have to talk directly into it as directional, so you've really got to speak into them.
Is this any better?
Much better.
That's it, okay. I can hear myself now. Okay, so we're proposing 2 duplexes facing Harrell Avenue. So this is the 2 duplexes. Each has 2 bedrooms. It's got a driveway, concrete pad in the rear. Each building will have its own septic system, and each unit will have its water service. The existing bituminous curb will remain, but we're going to put in a concrete depressed curb that'll be in front of each of the driveways. So each building will also have its own irrigation well. So we're proposing those, for eventually when we put the landscaping in.
Is that Exhibit A you're referring to? B, because I asked that, okay, Exhibit B.
The total disturbance area is going to be less than 1 acre, and the impervious area is about 6,000 square feet, which is about 0.14 acres. Therefore, there's no stormwater management required for this project. The proposed duplexes will drain towards Harrell and towards Grandview. There are storm sewer inlets, which are to the west, which is down here towards Main. So we will be putting soil erosion measures, and that will be required because they're going to be over 5,000 square feet. They'll be in place prior to construction. There'll be no access to Grandview or to Black Horse Pike. These are simply going to be access to Harrell. The building on lot 15.01 will be placed as far away from the intersection as possible so that there is some room and some sight distance there. So the site is in a C commercial district. Duplexes are not a permitted use, so use variance is required. Our professional planner, Ms. Morrissey, will testify to this. So under the commercial district, the bulk requirements do not require any variances. Just to go through the waivers one more time. We're asking a waiver, that's for ordinance 175-67.8, I believe that is, to waive the requirement of showing all the existing structures and wooded land within 200 feet. That's usually something that is a general waiver. Also requesting a waiver requirement showing contours at 5-foot intervals within 200 feet of the track. Asking for the requirement for a proposed circulation plan. Also, we're asking for a requirement of a landscaping plan. We will have to do grading plans for these, so if there's any landscaping at that time, we can show it on the grading plans. We're also asking for a partial waiver, providing the types of materials will be used for the proposed utilities, for percolation tests. Septic systems were designed for the previous application. There was 3 at the time. We're down to 2 duplexes. So they were approved, but they're going to have to go back to CME to be able to review those, since we're going to be moving them around slightly. We're also asking for a waiver for the architectural plans at this point. We will provide those. Now, we actually brought a picture, which this will be Exhibit C. This is a duplex that was already built. It's in Pine Hill. So this is what these duplexes are actually going to look like. We're also asking for a waiver for sidewalk along Harrell. There's no sidewalk currently that exists anywhere along Harrell. So that pretty much does it for the engineering. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I would ask Pam if he addressed everything that she called out.
Yeah, just ask Pam.
Pam, was everything addressed, the waivers and so forth?
For engineering, no, there's several things in my report that I'll need to go over.
Okay. So let's go to your report now to address those.
Okay, for concrete curb, a waiver has been requested for Harrell, but there also is no curbing along Grandview Avenue, so a waiver would need to be requested for that as well as along the Black Horse Pike side of the property. As far as sidewalk waiver, the waiver would need to be for Harrell Avenue, Grandview Avenue, and the Black Horse Pike side of the property. Site triangles, they've provided site triangles for the driveways that come out to Harrell Avenue. There are no driveways on Grandview Avenue. So site triangles, they've asked for a waiver of site triangles on Grandview, which I'm not sure it's actually necessary because there's no driveways there. However, there will be, I don't know, the subdivision did not show site triangles of record where Grandview and Harrell meet Black Horse Pike, so they would need to be added to the minor subdivision plan, site triangles for those intersections with the Black Horse Pike. So just to reiterate, site triangles will need to be shown for Black Horse Pike, and they've already provided the needed site triangles for the driveways on Harrell Avenue. They've provided testimony, and per our review, stormwater management is not required. There is one general comment where the detail for the asphalt driveway would need to be revised to show 4 inches of dense graded aggregate, so we would need them to acknowledge that they would provide that on the revised plans. There are also fees, contributions, and obligations that they would need to provide acknowledgement of that they would need to be done, which include individual lot grading plans is one of the items, and that the subdivision is to be filed by deed is one of them. But that would conclude the engineering comments that I have.
I have a question to Pam while
Okay.
we're at. So, they're going to face the Pike?
Harold.
No,
Both face Harold?
both face Harrell Avenue.
Oh, both face Harold Avenue.
Correct.
So their backyards would be Grandview.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay,
That's correct.
thank you. Oh, and you're okay with no sidewalk, or we're going to defer to the DOT and curbing?
Well, there's no reason for them to go to the DOT. So we would, you don't see any reason why they would need to go. So I don't think so. There is no sidewalk in the area, so
Right.
putting sidewalk in doesn't really add to what's
Right.
there.
Right. And as far as, since for water runoff, how will that affect?
Well, along Harrell, there's already a bituminous curb, and so the water runs along the curb line. And on
To a gutter? To a,
to an inlet, it's not.
Inlet.
We assume it's to an inlet. It's not shown on the plan. Probably further down. The bituminous ends just a little bit past their property. So then it probably contours aren't shown, so I can't say where it goes from there.
was that why?
But that's an existing condition.
Yeah, but when they build.
When they
how will
build,
that-
it will.
If we don't have the contours, how will that be regulated? That they don't wind up flooding down on
Well,
Howard?
they have, according to the grading plan, they have the property drains from Harrell Avenue to Grandview Avenue. So they have swales that direct between the dwellings. They have swales that direct it to Grandview Avenue, and that runs along the edge of pavement on Grandview.
And you feel that'll be sufficient to address any runoff?
Yeah, there's no existing drainage in the area that's shown on the plan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, there are inlets on Harrell, and there are
Well, I
inlets.
can't hear you.
There are inlets on Harrell, and there's inlets on Grandview, so everything goes towards Main Street in that direction.
Right back, because that's a contour. That's what she said.
Yeah, because it's.
One option is they could
Down here.
put roof leaders to a dry well to help mitigate the additional runoff from the roofs.
Is the applicant okay with what she just said?
Yeah, we put dry wells.
Well, I'm just.
Yeah, we could add dry wells.
Sir, do you have any other comment for the other things brought up by Ms. Morrissey? Or, I'm sorry, by Pam? Sorry about that.
Not from Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry.
Any other comments?
No, I have no other comments. Thank you.
Your permission to call Stephanie Morrissey. Tell board your qualifications.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Tiffany Morrissey. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, as well as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, practicing as a professional planner for over 26 years in New Jersey. I've appeared before this board on numerous occasions, as well as many other boards in southern New Jersey, central, and North Jersey. Do you need me to do anything more? Okay. So, good evening. I guess we'll call this Exhibit D, as in dog. So this is an aerial exhibit that shows the property location, and it shows a red dotted line, which is the zoning boundary line between the commercial zone and the R2 zoning district. I'll get to that in a second. So we are here because we're requesting a use variance to allow for 2 duplex units, which is not permitted in your commercial zoning district. Your commercial zoning district does, however, allow mixed-use residential and a variety of commercial uses. Specifically, within your commercial zone, uses that are permitted include community commercial uses, neighborhood commercial uses, general offices, gas stations, and as a conditional use, one of the permitted uses includes apartments over commercial establishments, which this site could satisfy the requirements of those conditions of the conditional use. I reference that because it's important to understand what is allowed on the property versus what's proposed on the property in the context of the use variance testimony. As part of the use variance testimony, we have to demonstrate to you that there are special reasons which exist which make this site more suited for what we're proposing versus the permitted use development, and which also advances the purposes of zoning under the municipal land use law. We also have to demonstrate that if we satisfy those aspects of the criteria, which is the positive criteria, that we also meet the negative criteria, that this development would not cause a substantial impairment of your zoning ordinance and your master plan, and would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good. So in order to demonstrate that, I have to go over what is existing in terms of your current ordinance requirements and what's allowed on this property, and how this property relates to the neighborhood. Generally speaking, when you have a commercial property on the Black Horse Pike, the intent is to have commercial development. That's why you have a commercial zoning district. This property, as you can see on Exhibit 2, is slightly different than many of your commercial properties because it is on either side of residential uses which are in your commercial zoning district. So on the north of the site, on the north of Grandview, we have residential development that runs down Grandview. To the back of the property, with the same split frontage between Grandview and Harrell, is additional residential uses. And then opposite the property, between the Black Horse Pike along Harrell going back, are all residential uses fronting Harrell. In fact, the first use on the corner is what I understand to be a two-family use, so it's a multifamily residential. There's more than one unit in that existing dwelling. The subject property had a structure on it. It was demolished back around 2002, 2004, so this property has sat vacant for over 20 years. You can see on the aerial exhibit a circular driveway which served that prior development, which had access on Grandview Avenue. We are looking to create a minor subdivision, which creates 2 duplex units on each lot. So that'll be 2 units in each building. It is a single-story duplex unit with 2 bedrooms proposed. When you look at this from an aerial perspective, this property does not appear as a commercial property. It is part of a residential area. It is not a larger tract. We cannot accommodate and grow this tract larger so we could put a larger commercial use on this property. We have 125 feet of frontage on the Black Horse Pike, which is limited frontage in terms of visibility for a commercial use to be a successful and viable commercial use or non-residential use. Because of that, this property becomes isolated and unique in that it has 3 street frontages with only 125 foot of frontage on the Black Horse Pike. So to do something on this property, you want to do something that works with the surrounding area. You don't want to develop a gas station on this property, and a gas station wouldn't necessarily work because it doesn't have that frontage that you need on the Black Horse Pike. You're not going to develop a CVS or a Walgreens for the same reason because it doesn't have that frontage, that width along the Black Horse Pike, and we can't increase that. So what's left is small commercial development, small office development, which doesn't necessarily work and hasn't worked on this property, and is now looked at being more suited, in my professional opinion, for a residential use. Looking at your commercial zoning district and looking at the permitted uses, when we look at what's permitted and we look at the conditional uses, which allows apartments above commercial establishments, you could, in essence, if you were to develop this site, we could accommodate up to a 8,000 to 10,000 square foot commercial building. That commercial building would end up facing one of the side streets, but it could accommodate that in terms of size, which would require a certain number of parking spaces. We could also accommodate, based on parking and developability of the site, up to 8 residential units above that commercial space. Conservatively, 4 would work as well, and that's what we're proposing. So this site does have the development potential to conform to your ordinance with a mixed-use development with more than 4 residential units. What we're proposing is something that's more consistent with the surrounding area as pure residential and less intense in terms of development. A commercial development will not have driveway access on Black Horse Pike because there are 2 streets to choose from. So any commercial development would have a driveway on either Grandview or Harrell. So it would have additional impact on that surrounding community. All of this is important when we look at what makes sense on this property and how to develop this property in a way that works in accordance with your master plan and the purposes of zoning. In terms of the special reasons and what we have proposed here, I believe there are several purposes of zoning that are advanced. First and foremost, the site and the use are particularly suited to one another and therefore they will promote the general welfare, which is the paramount purpose for granting a use variance. And what makes this site and this use particularly suited to one another include those factors that I just went over. The fact that there are three different street frontages, that this is an isolated lot that cannot get any larger to have a greater frontage along the Black Horse Pike. It becomes less desirable for a commercial use. That is uniquely related to the established residential community, and although it's narrow to the Black Horse Pike, you're able to have an increased setback with the two structures, and an increased setback between the two structures to the Black Horse Pike for the residential area. So when we look at our development plan, and we look where we propose our structures, we're proposing a setback of 100 feet to the building from the Black Horse Pike. We're proposing a separation of 80 feet between the structures and a separation of 60 feet to the existing residential structure on in the same block, because I don't know, it's actually fronting on Grandview. We have building coverages that are substantially less and impervious coverage that is substantially less than would be permitted. In your commercial district, 75% building coverage is permitted. One of the lots will, lot coverage is permitted. One of the lots will have a coverage of 15%, the other will have 14%. Combined, that's about 30%, 29%, less than the 75% that could be developed as a commercial property. We don't have the large parking areas, we don't have stormwater management basins, we don't have lighting to light those establishments, we don't have a trash enclosure and a dumpster, we have residential units adjacent to residential units. These factors go towards what make the site and the use particularly suited to one another, therefore promoting the general welfare. Additional purposes of zoning which are advanced through this application include Purpose C, which is to provide adequate light, air, and open space. Under the municipal land use law, we want to make sure that we create developments that are not overcrowding sites. When I talk about the setbacks between the buildings and the coverages on the property, that shows that we have that adequate light, air, and open space. That 100-foot setback to the Black Horse Pike keeps this development as part of the residential community. The separation between the buildings keeps it from overcrowding on the site. The 60-foot separation to the existing residential provides a great separation, which is more so than you have on many of the existing residential lots and otherwise permitted in this R2 zoning district. Our building coverage is around 11.6% and 10.7%, so that's also a very low number in terms of coverage on the properties. An additional purpose of zoning, which I believe is advanced, is Purpose E, which is to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, communities, regions, and preservation of the environment. There are no limits on the number of residential units if we do mixed-use development under your conditional use standards. The limits relate to what the site can accommodate in terms of building height and parking. I did that analysis. We can get up to 8 units for residential. We're proposing 4. So we're within the confines of an appropriate population density for the commercial zoning district. I'll note that you do have surrounding townhouse developments down Grandview Avenue and in the R2 zone, which surrounds this area. And in the R2 zone, you allow for a density of 5 to 6 units per acre. Our proposed density with the 4 units on the 0.95 acres, I believe it is, lot just under an acre, is 4.16 units per acre. So we're less than the density of the highest density allowed in your R2 zones, and we're less than the number of units that could otherwise be accommodated if we did this as a mixed-use development. Purpose G of the municipal land use law is also advanced, and that is to provide sufficient space in an appropriate location for a variety of uses, including residential, commercial, industrial, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. Because this lot is adjacent to a single-family residential, and you do have a 2-family lot that's in the commercial zone on the corner across Harrell, and the R2 zone does allow twins on larger lots, We believe this creates a good location and a sufficient space in an appropriate location for this type of use. Because of our proximity to the Pike, because we have the 2 street frontages, and because of the development in the surrounding area, we believe that providing for the use of duplexes, which is permitted use in the abutting residential zoning district, is appropriate on this property, and this property therefore provides sufficient space in appropriate locations for that use. Lastly, I believe purpose I of the municipal land use law is advanced, and that's to promote a desired visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. We need to look at this property from an airplane view and what makes sense on this property in terms of that good civic design and arrangement. Not just what zoning allows, but what works. The creative development techniques is the blend of the uses. The good civic design and arrangement is the balance of the uses and the appropriate use of the site. In terms of visual impact, if we go back to Exhibit C, we're proposing a single-story duplex, side-by-side units with 2 bedrooms. So they're not towering units. They're cottage-style appearance units, ranchers, basically. They will look like 2 ranchers with 2 units in each building. So they fit into the style of the existing residential in the area, which has a variety of types of units, some ranchers, some 2-family, in different sizes. So this complements the existing development architecture in the residential community as well. For those reasons, I believe that there are adequate positive criteria and special reasons which are advanced through this application, and therefore would meet the positive criteria standard and the special reasons as being an appropriate development on this site. We go back to the aerial. In terms of the second criteria, is there a substantial impairment of your zoning ordinance or your master plan? And does it meet that enhanced burden of proof? Why then isn't it zoned for this use to begin with? Your master plan was last re-examined in 2022. As I noted on this aerial exhibit, there's this red dotted line. All of the residential units on Grandview Avenue are in a commercial zoning district, non-conforming to the zone. The R2 zone is behind the red line. The residential units across from the property on Harold Street are also in a commercial zoning district. This area has non-conforming uses within your commercial zoning district. When we go to your master plan and we look at what your master plan speaks to, it talks about the importance of creating opportunities for residential development. Specifically, under future land use strategies, in your master plan on page 49, it talks about residential uses. It indicates in your master plan that residential uses are the backbone of the township. The intent of this plan is to maintain the rural suburban character of the township, preserving the relatively low density and intensity of development in the community's established 14 residential zones. Housing must also continue to adapt to changing needs and preferences. It goes on to state that Monroe has seen a trend of more single-family and not as many 2-family or multifamily at the time of the writing of your master plan, likely signifying that Monroe is not meeting the demand for multifamily housing. While the township can be expected to remain a predominantly single-family community, it would benefit from addressing the demand of a broad spectrum of housing needs. Goes on to state that with this in mind, Monroe may wish to embrace multifamily and mixed-use development in select areas and capture unmet demand, allowing for denser development serving wider ranges of residents. Now, we're not proposing multifamily development on this property. We're proposing two twin units within the range of densities that are permitted in the R2 zone and less than would be allowed if this were developed in accordance with the commercial district as a mixed use with apartments above. This development, as proposed, advances what's being identified in your master plan as a need for a broader base of residential type of residential units in the community. And this site provides a unique opportunity for this type of development, which can blend into the existing community in a manner that doesn't detract from the area. Your master plan also includes several goals and objectives which are important to review and understand as you go through analyzing the impacts of this development. The master plan talks about maintaining the character of existing neighborhoods and encouraging quality, context-sensitive community design. The character of this community is not commercial, but it is residential, and so providing for a residential that works on this property would maintain the character of that community. It might be a duplex-style development and not single-family, but it does provide for a single-family appearance of development and allows for the appropriate development of the site, which provides a different type of housing need to serve the residents in the township and the community. The second goal in your master plan talks about providing opportunities for housing types that meet the interest and needs of all ages, household types, and abilities, including multifamily housing, attached residential housing, and housing serving all income brackets. It includes an objective under that to ensure a supply of smaller single-family housing, multifamily units, and townhouse units to capture residents who may not want, need, or be able to afford larger single-family homes. The master plan goes on to include a goal to encourage a pattern of compact and contiguous growth within appropriate areas of the township, and to eliminate the potential for conflicts among dissimilar land uses. To develop this as commercial would definitely create conflicts between dissimilar land uses, given the fact that this surrounding area is is completely residential on either side of this property. With those findings, it's my professional opinion that this application, if approved, does not rise to the level of causing a substantial impairment of your master plan, that there is a unique situation here with a disconnect between the zoning and the actual development that exists, making it an appropriate location for a residential development to occur, and not causing a development that's substantially out of character with the surrounding community. In terms of your zoning ordinance, the site meets the setbacks for the commercial standards, but it's also considerate and cognizant of the surrounding development, and so we've provided those enhanced setbacks between the buildings to ensure that there's adequate separation, and the coverages have been kept small so that we're not overdeveloping the properties. The intent of this development is to provide the driveway access on Harrell Avenue with no access to Grandview Avenue. That's important when we look at the second step of the negative criteria, and will this cause a substantial detriment to the public good? We want to make sure when we do a development that's a use variance that it doesn't impact the surrounding neighborhood. Now, any development is going to cause a change. Any development is going to have some type of impact. The question is the impact from what is proposed here substantial enough to outweigh any of the benefits? And so when we look at the site and the proposed development, I go back to what is allowed in the commercial zoning district. Whether we do a mixed-use development, an office development, or commercial development, any of those uses will have a greater impact on the community than the proposed two duplex units that are proposed, the twins. The driveways for any development under the commercial zone would have to be either on Grandview or Harrell, because the DOT will not give additional access onto the Black Horse Pike. We are able to provide a use that has no outside parking except for driveways, so you don't have a large parking lot serving a building for any type of the uses permitted in the commercial zone. You don't have trash enclosures that are being picked up at different hours. You don't have lights lighting the parking lot. You don't have deliveries depending on the type of commercial use. And if we did it as a mixed-use development, you have potentially less residential units than would otherwise be permitted on this property. When looking at the impairment or the detriment to the public good, we have to compare it to what's permitted to be developed. Whether that development is realistic or not, your zoning ordinance allows for that development, and the impacts from that development have to be considered when you're doing this balancing analysis. And so, while we don't feel it's realistic for this site to be developed in a commercial capacity or in that mixed-use capacity, we feel it is much more appropriate and a better zoning alternative to permit these two twin units that are rancher-style units that will blend into the residential community and have less of an impact on the surrounding area, and therefore better fit this site than a permitted use would fit on this property, with less impacts to the surrounding area than a permitted use would have to the surrounding area. For those reasons, it's my professional opinion that the positive criteria are satisfied, that there are special reasons that are advanced through this application, that those special reasons do rise to the level of substantially outweighing any potential impacts or detriments from granting this application, and that this application can be approved by the board based on those factors. We have taken considerable attention to ensuring that the driveways are on Harrell Avenue so that we're avoiding the intersection concerns where people are turning onto Grandview. We've made special attention to ensure that there's adequate separation between the buildings, and we're proposing a single-story building so that it fits into the character of the community. These aspects of the application help advance this to having more benefits. And when you're looking at this site, it's important to look at, again, what can be developed, whether it's practical or not, based upon your zoning ordinance. Anything?
More we could add, suggest any questions?
I just have one question. You spoke about having it set back from the Black Horse Pike. Set back from the Black Horse Pike. Say how far that was again, and what is the intention of that open area?
So that's a 100-foot setback. There's no intention, it's just a yard area. So, I mean, we'll go to, I guess, what one, this is B, as in boy. So you can see there's a 100-foot setback here. It just acts as a side yard, in essence.
So it'll be part of the first,
It'll be owned by that lot.
She's just saying the building is gonna be that far away from the pike.
I understood that.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, so I want to make sure.
What's part of the yard space for the first?
Yes,
Property.
it's part of the yard space for
Okay.
the first unit. It will be part of that lot. We wouldn't want to create a lot that just sits there vacant, so yes. They would be responsible
trying
for
to think-
maintenance.
Trying to think of if somebody, encloses their yard, a fence at the Black Horse Pike there. So I'm just
So-
trying to visualize that.
Yes, and one of the things your professionals talked about were the site triangles on the Black Horse Pike, so we'll add those to the plan. Any fencing would have to comply with your ordinance, and this is probably one of those unique lots. If they did want a fence, they'd have to come back because of the 3 street frontages. So you'd have an ability to look at that.
To the chair, you think we should, so I know they have good intentions, nobody's going to come in off of Grandview Avenue to their backyard, but you think maybe we should put a deed restriction that there's no access to Grandview Avenue from the back,
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Do that.
right? You know what I mean? Because, how people think they can come and go quicker onto the pike and get across at Grandview.
Yeah, that's,
So we put a deed
warranted.
restriction so it could be enforced that they can't go back that way.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Just a thought.
Does the applicant agree
We
to
don't
that?
have any issue with that.
Okay.
Also, could the applicant just cite for the record the proposed height of the duplexes?
I don't have the height. It's single story, so less than 35 feet. Do we have a height? There.
Okay.
Did you have the answer? 17 to 18.
17 to 18 feet.
I don't know which side it's on.
We'll be separating the approvals for each application, use variance, minor sub. site
Yes.
plan.
Thank you.
What do you have to,
You're welcome.
for the use variance?
Yeah, you're going to vote on them separately, so.
Could you turn it to the public so they can see what it's
So
going
what
to look
we'll do
like,
is-
maybe?
The aerial?
No, the
Oh, the
house.
house.
So they
So
can see
we'll
what
just
it,
put that
so
on
they
the,
kind of can see it.
No, turn it around.
No, to the public.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Just have a question. If we're, Tiffany, if we're implying that, it's 2 units, 2 bedrooms, if we utilize the RSI standards, how many parking spots are needed for a 2-bedroom?
2-bedroom is 1.8, I believe, or is it 2.3?
So even if it's 2.3, there's adequate off-street
There's adequate
parking?
off-street
Okay.
parking. Don't quote me on the RSIS numbers.
No, I can't figure it. I don't know where they come up
I
with
gotta
the
go look
point
up.
three, so.
I can tell you it's in section 4.1, that's all I can tell you.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
1.5.
Any other questions for the professionals? The applicant's professionals? No? This time?
It's good, Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Adam, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll keep it brief. I do agree with Ms. Morrissey and her testimony that she's presented. This is kind of an interesting lot within our commercial district in that it does have limited frontage along the Black Horse Pike, which is obviously where we want to drive commercial growth. So it doesn't exactly fit. It's not attractive, if you will, to a commercial developer. With that being said, I do agree this is primarily a residential area going above Grandview and then below down towards Harrow here. I think the buffers provided from the Black Horse Pike is certainly characteristic, or it's keeping with the neighborhood. The type of units that have been proposed is also keeping with the neighborhood character. So I don't see any substantial detriment. Then on the positives that Ms. Morrissey listed, I would agree with the positive criteria that she listed as well. On the actual site plan itself, a couple questions that I had as we were going through here. I'm wondering if the frontage along the Black Horse Pike should actually be considered a front yard. Obviously, the bulk standards, because this is a use variance, are subsumed. But I'm wondering if that should be changed to a front yard setback rather than a side yard, only for the reason that Ms. Morrissey stated is that if somebody comes back for a fence in the future, we obviously have different standards for a front yard versus a side yard. So I believe that should be considered a front yard. And then as long as the applicant is aware that should they need to come back for a fence, or if somebody wants to come back for a fence, this is an interesting lot here on the corner in the way that a fence would have to run. They would need a variance. I would just like to confirm that the applicant is not proposing anything right now as far as fencing goes, just to have that on the record. Aside from that, I believe it would be, just looking at the plan here, I believe it would be prudent for them to run the street trees along all sides. Obviously, there's septic in the back along Grandview. We wouldn't ask to put trees within the septic field. I believe by the septic regs, they need to stay 10 feet away from the septic field with any kind of trees or roots or anything like that. So my recommendation would be to have that added to the plan. Obviously, make sure we stay outside the site triangle easements. That would be along the Black Horse Pike and with Grandview and Harrow. Is there going to be, question for the applicant, is there going to be any, what's proposed as far as grass go? Are these going to be sodded, or are they going to be seeded? Is there going to be irrigation out here? I know with some of the residential subdivisions, we want to keep them tidy. We want to have everything.
There's an irrigation well
presentable.
shown on the plan, so it will be irrigated.
Okay,
And yeah, we can sod it. And we can label the Black Horse Pike as a front yard setback and add the street trees.
perfect. Okay, great. So it will be sodded, it'll be irrigated, and the street trees will be added. Fantastic.
Is there a proposed lot number for that lot you're referring to?
That is proposed lot 15 point, for the front yard setback you're talking about, 15.01.
Thank you.
Through the chair, about the Black Horse Pike being the front yard, so they'll only be able to put a 4-foot
Right.
fence.
You're correct,
Isn't
Mr.
that what
Kozak.
you're trying
That's-
to avoid the 6-foot fence along the,
That's why I wanted just to make clear for the record that there is no fence proposed at this hearing right now.
No.
And if they were to come back, they have to abide by our
if it's a
ordinance.
front yard along the pike, then they only go 4-foot.
Correct. Exactly.
And
They're
those
all
trees
labeled as front yards, so we have to meet the fence requirements for a front yard on all three frontages.
That's why,
Yep.
Correct.
well, in the right of way, obviously, that goes without saying, right?
Right. Right, exactly. But that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
And let me ask, when you were referring to trees, it's all sides of the property,
Correct.
including the Black Horse Pike there?
Exactly. I think continue them along the Black Horse Pike, obviously stay out of the site triangle easements, but then go down Grandview as well. It'll make the lots look a lot more presentable.
Also, I guess this is more for the applicant, and Adam, you can chime in on this too. If there was a deed restriction put on lot 15.01, being that it is commercial, that no,
The side yard.
the side yard, that no building or commercial structure, pole barn can be constructed there.
Along the Black Horse Pike side, that 100 feet,
Within this area.
no pole barn or no garage, it's going to be just remain open space. because that would only increase the intensity of the property. You agree, Mr. Planner?
I would agree, absolutely.
The only thing I would add, and I'm just, if someone wanted to have a shed for their lawnmower, like a regular
Okay.
8x10 shed, I'm not up at the Black Horse Pike, but closer to the building, I wouldn't want them to be precluded from
The
that.
10 by 10, whatever's permitted by ordinance.
Yeah,
they
a
can
small
put in the
shed,
side
if
yard.
they want a lawnmower or somewhere to put it, that's the only thing I think you
That is,
would really
however,
save.
that's prime for the infamous pole barn in Monroe. They crop up everywhere.
That's
So
why
that's
I-
prime for a 10 by 10 shed. If they adhere to the ordinance, would you agree to that?
That's fine, it's a question of how the deed restriction is worded. To
Yeah.
be certain that
Well,
we're not restricting.
because you're asking the board to take into consideration that it's not an intense use. You have the ability now to intensify it, because they can come back before the board. If it's a deed restriction, it's a deed restriction. It's supposed to be forever. They could always ask for a variance. If it's a deed restriction, you're asking the board to give a little bit, we're asking you to give a little bit insofar
can't
as
put
that,
the pole barn
to make it a
active
clean
commercial.
site. Because it's going to have the ability to become,
That's fine. We
Intense.
We're just trying to make sure, honestly, that a minor building is not,
well,
but that's
If-
fine. We'll agree to it.
a 10 by 10 shed is permitted. Whatever's permitted by, would the board agree? I don't know, I'm just,
If I could, Mr. Norrie, maybe the easiest way to do this is set a height restriction. That way it's not protruding above, that'll keep the size down. I don't think you're going to have a
how about a
huge
short pole
10
barn
foot.
that expands, I'm just playing the devil's
No,
advocate. You see,
absolutely, but
how many
it,
times have we think, we're trying to just deal with every possible issue.
right, understood.
Not restricted for putting in what's permitted by the ordinance.
Basically, he wants us to restrict it from a future pole barn.
A structure that's beyond what's permitted by, a shed is,
I don't have any issue with that.
I'm speaking for the board, I'm throwing I deal with all the issues after the fact. Okay?
No, I
It's
think-
subject to
That's fine.
interpretation,
We're
so it's
good.
just,
That's agreeable.
okay, thanks.
Adam, anything else?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Any questions for Adam?
Not for Adam, I just have,
Okay, good.
if we're done with Adam, is everybody done with Adam? These are gonna be sold
Are we selling,
Like,
are they?
single,
The rentals.
rental, so somebody's gonna own presumably all four and be renting them out.
Yeah, the applicant will own and they'll rent them.
Say that again?
The applicant will own all four.
Right.
And they'll be rentals.
Right. So in the future, if he wanted to sell, he could sell them.
They're fee simple lots.
Fee
They can
simple
be,
lots.
they can be sold,
They
yeah.
can be sold, but for now, he's saying he's
That's
gonna
the
rent
intention,
them.
is to rent.
Right, I got it. But they can be sold
Yes, they're separate lots,
in
yes.
separate lots as duplexes,
Duplexes.
right?
They could come in for a zero lot line subdivision, but that's really
Yeah,
thinking
that's
too
all
far down
down
the
the
road,
shore
so,
stuff.
yeah, so.
But yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to, thank you.
Adam, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions just to kind of like recap the things that we've been told here. And Pam, of course, chime in as well. So they indicated that the property could be used for a taxpayer type of situation with commercial on the bottom, residential up top, and up to 8 units could possibly be up top. This would be 4 units. So, we're being told that obviously that would be less impactful, as far as lot coverage, traffic, the building coverage, population density. It's 4.1 units per acre as opposed to 5 to 6. And it's an irregular lot, so if it was commercial, some of that commercial traffic would have to be either Grandview or Harrell. So, do we agree on all these things or agree with all these things we're being told, that it's pointing to this being less impactful than what they could possibly build on that lot?
My recommendation would be yes. Based on everything that we've seen in the area that this is in and the shape of the lot, any commercial business is going to want the frontage along the Black Horse Pike. That's where their visual is. That's where they're going to draw their attention. So that would mean that parking would need to hypothetically go behind the building, and then you would have entrances off of Grandview, off of Harrell, where you're going to see a lot of cars in and out constantly. Maybe if there's a Chick-fil-A or Starbucks or what have you on this corner, it's going to create a lot of traffic concerns for the people that live along Grandview and Harrell Avenue.
Anybody else? Ms. Morrissey, did you have
That's all I have. I was just answering questions.
Sir?
I think Ms. Morrissey's testimony very clearly lays out the fact that the benefits of our application substantially outweigh any negative impact. From a legal standpoint, from a logic standpoint, you need to do nothing more than look at the aerial and see that this property really should be developed exactly as we're suggesting. It sits in every direction in a residential area. 4 years have passed since we presented what was thought of as a less than ideal application. I think in working with the township and working with the professionals, this is really an ideal answer to a rather difficult lot that's zoned commercial but really sits in a spot that's begging for residential. So unless we have any more questions, we'd ask that the board take whatever other issues there may be and grant our application for a minor site plan with the use variances and all the variances that have been requested, as well as the minor subdivision that we've requested.
Thank you. We're going to bifurcate the application, handle the use first.
You have to go to the public.
Yeah. All right, so for the use, motion to open up to the public.
Motion of public goes out.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this application
Regarding the use.
regarding the use of the property?
And just want to make a correction for the record. I had read off the agenda previously that it was the application was number 25-41. It's actually application number 25-4. So that was a typo that I had read off of. On the agenda, it says, I'm just comparing the application, which says 25-4, and I read from the agenda
It is
that...
4-1.
It is 4-1.
Yes.
Okay. And the application says 25-4.
All right, sir, your name?
Yes, my name is Willon St. Louis. I'm a resident of Grandview Avenue, and I'm a father.
Raise your right hand and just slowly spell your name for the record. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And what is your name and address for the record?
Okay, Willon St. Louis, 131 Grandview Avenue.
And can you spell your name for the record?
Willon, St. Louis, as in the city.
St. Louis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I stand before you as a husband, a pastor, a business owner. I live at Grandview Avenue, as I just mentioned. I have here a signed petition from members of the area opposing this proposed project. I heard earlier on the planner was somewhat lecturing us about the deficit that the area faces in terms of housing. And I do understand we do have a deficit issue. And yes, Monroe Township may not have been meeting all of the needs, but at the same time, it doesn't mean because there is a deficit, we can install anything anywhere. And we do not need anyone, not even the board, to tell us as residents what we need or what would serve us best. Yes, a duplex may be a good option, but we know what we want. And I also hear the engineer or whoever it was making mention of the runoff in terms of storm water and all of that. I have to deal with flooding every time it rains. And I was panicking a bit because I don't know what's happening at my home. Whenever it rains, all that water that comes down Grandview Avenue flow right into my property, and I have to install a primary and secondary pump to avoid my home being flooded. I do not have a problem with development, and I do not have a problem with duplexes and all of that. But it has to be done in a respectable way. And I think this proposed project goes against what we want for the community. I have here the signed petition, one for the planning board, one for the, hold on, just give me a minute here.
We can't consent.
One for the Monroe Township Zoning Board, Planning Board. I have one for the mayor's office, the councilman office. I will be sending a separate letter to the senator and also the governor of the state, expressing my concern because it's not an isolated issue. I don't believe that this issue that we are dealing with here this evening is isolated to Grandview Avenue or Harold Street. It's a problem that is being faced in the state because I spoke to other community leaders and my fellow clergy members, and those are some of the issues that are being raised. So we will You have a decision to make, and I respect your decision. And I really appreciate the way in which you stand up to ensure that this community maintain a certain standard rather. However, we have to be rational about certain things, and we should have been consulted as immediate members how this development would affect us, get our input, not just throwing things down our throat. A mental institution was recently it was approved for a mental institution. Right at my back door. Now, I don't want to get into that, but the issue here.
Your mic turned off.
The issue here that I have.
Can you just?
The red button at the bottom?
Oh, sorry. So our proposal in the petition that we have some, things that we are proposing. Now, if this project go forward, there are some things that we can promise you. One of the things we will do, I don't like politics, but it is sort of weighing on me when I see certain things happen in certain communities. What I can promise you is we will launch a formal social media campaign. And I personally propose that we have a website and with the theme, We the People. You have Gloucester County, and we're going to reach out to every other county to join on that as well. The purpose that will serve is to have community members having a say as to what happened in their respective counties. Because for too long, I've seen communities run over by people of influence. And what is being proposed here, we may look small, but I can promise you that a project of that nature being shoved down our throat, it's not acceptable. And we are not agreeing for it. You can go ahead and approve it, but there are going to be repercussions. And if you think that these things will not have a political blowback, you are misinformed, and you are you are oblivious of what can happen as a result of approving a project that we do not agree with. As a community member, we have a close-knit, relation, and we are trying to develop. We are trying to be good standing citizens, but we cannot allow certain projects to be installed right in our backyards without our input. And on this note, I know other people have their input, but I'll just have to say this and close. I wish this township all the best, and I would support in every way I can. And that's the reason why I move my business here. That's the reason why I reside here. But this and the effects of it in terms of the traffic and safety and the whole character of the community, it will be impacted. And I cannot be a resident of that area and stay silent about it, irrespective of all the glowing explanations that you receive relative to the proposed project. There are other options, and I implore you, goodly people, to explore these options and come up with another option for that site. All right, and in the proposal, in the petition that we have here, we have proposed some projects that we think would serve us better, and not any one particular person, group, or cooperation interests. All right, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak here this evening.
Just asking if I consider a petition.
Can I give you?
I'm just going to indicate, sir, the board is not permitted to consider a petition that's signed by other people who are not here.
Okay.
Okay? You can present it to the mayor, whoever you like, but this board cannot consider that as part of the deliberation.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to submit it to the offices.
Okay, thank you.
Whether or not it's accepted is fine, but our action as a result of, our reaction as a result of your action will not change. And I wish you all the best. And even the developers, I do wish you the best, but in our community, we oppose this in the strongest way possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. William H. Mitchell, Jr.
Hang on
Sir,
for 1
if you
second.
Just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this evening?
Yes.
And your address for the record as well.
164 Harold Avenue. single-family home. We own the property from Harold Avenue / Black Horse Pike. Our property extends over Harold Avenue to that lot. I have my deeds from 1937 up to now, present. Surveyors should have went by and said, hold on, there's somebody else that owns property here. You guys surveyed?
Okay.
Did you come up with another name on there? Because just recently, 2 weeks ago, it was
Sir,
surveyed.
sir, can you
I'm not
address us,
yelling, I'm
please?
just talking a little
All right.
loud so people, I'm not yelling at anybody.
Address us, though, please.
Okay. The
Thank you.
surveyors should have came up with another name on that property. It should have been from my grandparents, the prices from 1935 up to the present, me and my wife, 2026. Like I said, I'm not yelling, just saying so everybody can hear me. Where do we lay in this whole situation? So you're taking something from us, like I said, it extends 40 feet from our mailbox across Grandview. I have my documents, my deeds right here, like I said, from 1937 up to present time now. If you want to look at them, you're more than welcome to look
Can I
at them.
just-
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're bringing up an issue that you
Huh?
believe, it sounds like,
Civil matter.
yeah, I'm gonna put, you're suggesting, just so I'm clear, the facts as you understand them are that your lot, you own part of the lot that's being developed.
Yes.
So the board doesn't have jurisdiction to make any decision about that.
Well, how do we go about, that's my,
You're gonna
I've been
have- you're
paying
gonna have to-
taxes on that.
Okay, you're gonna have to consult an attorney. You have to file a civil
Wow.
action.
So basically, you took my property.
I didn't take
without-
anything,
Well,
sir.
they took my property without consulting me.
They-
Apparently, no. Apparently, that name came up on that lot. And now you're going to just take something? Because we're third generation there right now, from 35 up to now. Like I said, I'm not yelling, I'm just speaking so everybody can hear me. Just letting you know. I'm not yelling at you, I'm just talking a little
Okay,
loud.
I understand what you're saying. Can you let me talk though now?
Yes, go ahead.
Because it's called a quiet title action in New Jersey. If you feel as though you have ownership interest in that property.
I do have, it's right
Okay,
here.
but I understand it. They bought the property, they have maybe have no idea what you're talking about. You need
Okay.
to consult an attorney. This board can't make the decision. You're asking us to look at deeds regarding properties from how many years ago? We
From
looked
now
at
to present. I
we-
just had a survey 2 weeks ago that said, he said, hey, you know you own, I said, no, my grandmother told me this back in 1980. So now you're telling me, oh, we have nothing to do with it.
We don't.
I pay tax, so hold on, who do I speak to on this situation then?
Contact the tax office then.
So now I got to the tax office, after these guys came through, survey something, knowing there was another name on there, and
know.
going to say, hey, don't worry about it, they're not there no more. So now I got to go to the tax office now.
You bring up some very valid points that you need to explore.
It's really kind of bad. Like I said, my grandparents went through a lot to get that property.
Sure.
They owned all that property up to the S curve. Because you realize, and that's another thing I'm going to bring, I know it has nothing to do with this. It's just the fact of you guys are taking advantage of people. These guys come through survey, they knowing there's another name on there. And they just going to hush it. No, don't go there. So now we have to come back up here to the tax office.
You have to contact,
Chop.
it's the county tax office.
County.
County tax office. Okay.
Is it
Not
Woodbury
here.
or here in Township?
No, it's actually in Clayton.
Huh?
It's in Clayton on Delsey Drive.
Tax
It's in Clayton.
assessor.
Tax assessor's office,
You
yes.
know what's that?
Yes.
So that's my deal. So I don't approve of anything happening right now, no. Because like I said, how do you survey something knowing that my stuff has the documents reaching 40 feet from my mailbox across Harold Avenue to that lot? That was Mrs. Coleman's property. My grandparents sold it to them.
Okay.
And now you guys are coming through it and like, we don't know nothing about it now.
We don't know anything about it, and we
Well,
have to rely
apparently
upon,
the surveyors know about
we
it.
have to rely upon the tax map. Tax map shows that it's owned by this entity.
This entity is 164 Harold Avenue.
Okay.
That's who it's owned by.
It may well be, that's what I'm saying.
No,
You're-
deeds from now
Okay.
up to 2002, when me and my wife took it over, still has the monument across Harold Avenue.
I'm going to address it with Chuck. What we approved today, if his, and I'm not saying it's not, if it's a legitimate claim, then this
The
is-
applicant, in all likelihood, doesn't own the property, but I'm not going to make that determination.
No, that's what I'm saying. So
Because
what we say today, if his claim goes through, it's civil.
it's contingent upon,
Right.
again, we contingent upon what he can demonstrate to.
No, we don't have to put non contingent. It would be always
Well,
contingent.
we're mixing words here, and I'm creating more confusion.
Yeah.
As of right now, you're voting upon the application, which shows these
As it
individuals
stands.
owning the property. The gentleman's claiming that he has some ownership interest in it,
Exactly.
according to the survey. It's all right, though, you keep waiving the deeds. I could,
I waved it to you again. Yeah, I'm showing you. Don't say he claims. Now you're making me feel like I'm a liar.
No, I'm not, sir. Come on, don't put words in my mouth.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay.
Anybody else from the public wishing to address the board?
William Blanc, 152 Harrell Avenue.
You swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this evening?
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, under municipal land use law, NJSA 40:55D12, the residents that live within 200 feet of the property are supposed to be notified by registered mail. I brought this up last time I was here, last month when this meeting was rescheduled. To this date, myself and my neighbor, who lived directly across the street from the property, have not received any notices about that. That being said, this board does not have the authority to even hear this application. And the township, I believe it is, has to supply us with, if we want to see them, we get to see the receipts to the certified mail that says we received these letters.
You can see those receipts when you contact the planning office during business hours. We can provide that for you.
How do you have a receipt for something that came to me when I never got
We'll
it?
have to discuss that with the post office, but the statute only requires that they send them out. We do not need to prove that it was received. It's taken in by the post office, they stamp the certified mail receipt, am I right?
And what is
it gets
your
sent out.
address? What's your address again?
152 Harrell Avenue.
What is the lot and block number?
I have no idea. It's directly across the street from the lot.
Come up here and point on this
I
map.
have the list right here.
Okay, well,
Come point
let
on
her,
the
she's going to look at the list. Let her look at the list. Okay.
Put an X where your property is located.
Yeah, if you have
pulled
that.
it. You pulled it already. Yeah. And the other one?
That's Stacy's property.
Mr. Blount. Mr. Blount.
Just if,
Unclaimed.
Unclaimed?
Speak to your
I never
post
got it.
office. The post office is who delivers it. They attempt delivery, I don't know how many
It's kind
times.
of ironic
They
that
leave
the
a
two
note
residents
that you
that
have something to pick
last
up.
time
Let
didn't
her
get
talk.
notified.
just, sir, if you could just, just want to read for the record what we have.
Get back for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then there was an issue brought up, and thank you, sir, for your comments, and it's our obligation to make sure you are served.
I'm not done yet. I have a couple other
I just want to
issues.
put something on the record, so that way.
Okay.
Okay, if you have the right, whatever happens tonight, either party can appeal it. It just indicates that it was mailed to William Blanc at 152 Harold Avenue, stamped on the front, returned to sender, unclaimed, unable to forward. I'm not suggesting that again, this is something that we received from the post office. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Going back to what they were saying earlier, they said Grandview Avenue is 45 feet wide and Harrell Avenue is 40 feet wide. There is not enough room for any on-street parking from two duplexes. There could be 2 cars in each lot. There could be 4 cars in each lot. And since these are rentals, I mean, who knows how many cars are going to be there. But once they start parking on the street, now you can't get emergency vehicles down the road. There's not enough room for cars to be parked on both sides of the road. The existing deed for the property, I believe, for the main part of the property, I believe had the driveways on the Grandview Avenue side. That being said, you're going to choose the smaller street and put 4 driveways right on that street. There's not enough drainage. They said there's nothing on the site plan for any drainage. Right now, the grates that take the stormwater don't start till about 4 or 5 houses past my house. My yard floods out, my neighbor's yard floods out, their yard floods out. Now, if we start building over here, and I know you said it's going to slope back to Grandview, there's going to be stormwater running down driveways into Harrell Avenue. We have a problem with drainage there already. If we're going to start building duplexes on that street, we need to address the drainage coming off the Black Horse Pike, because it is not being addressed at all. That's all I got right now.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to address the board on this application? Seeing none, hearing none? Motion to close.
Motion to close, Kozak.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Can I do the board, when you're ready?
Okay.
No, if you want me to summarize. You good?
I was just going to go back to the,
I'm going to address something with Pam and Adam. I did address it about the drainage along, and you felt that as professionals that it was sufficient.
Well, the development itself does not meet the,
You guys speak up so the public can hear.
the development itself does not meet the standards for major development, which requires on-site drainage for them. If there's an existing drainage problem, without major study, you would need a major study to figure out what the problem is. If it's coming off the Black Horse Pike, that's a
Well,
DOT.
I'm more concerned what impact this will have on the,
Well, that's why we suggested that the roof runoff be run into dry wells, which the applicant has agreed to provide.
right, I'm just reiterating what we discussed before this was even brought up by the public. So then it'll be up to the board members to say that we want that as a condition, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you hear what you said, Chuck?
As a condition, what is the condition? I'm sorry. Without a study, what is the condition?
The condition was that the roof runoff
and they've agreed to
be
that.
run into dry wells, which they'll have to add to the plan and show the calculations for, and that will mitigate the roof runoff for the project.
For Harold. And there's no, from what I understand, there's no impact on Grandview because they're not going to, there's no access.
Well, there's no access on Grandview. There is, the site itself drains towards Grandview, so the existing site, as it drains to Grandview, will continue to drain to
Continue the
Grandview.
same way because this project doesn't impact on that.
No, it would be, well, the roof runoff, some of the roof runoff would be directed through swales to Grandview, but if they mitigate that with dry wells, that will mitigate that
We'll
situation.
mitigate that too. Thank you. Thanks.
sir, do you want to address some of the concerns brought by the public? Do you have anything?
While we're discussing runoff, any development is going to create more impervious surface. The only answer to having no additional runoff is to never develop the property, which is obviously not an answer to the issue we have here. There's going to be some development at that property. Commercial development would probably create more impervious surface. So it's understandable that neighbors want exactly what they want, but that's not the law. What I think I heard, with all due respect to the neighbors, which is not atypical, you've got a not in my backyard. Everybody wants exactly what they want to be developed near their property, but that's not the law. The law doesn't say you get to decide exactly what is built on property near you. I think it's very clear that we've met all the requirements for the development we've requested. I haven't heard any reason from the residents that would give a legal basis to deny our application. I've heard possibility of political threats, which obviously is not a basis to deny the application. Honestly, I don't know what to do with the issue of the deed issue. It's something that I guess we'll resolve, but the property was obviously purchased, surveys were done, title companies were involved. I don't think that's an issue that the board can deal with, as solicitors indicated. Happy to answer any.
Yeah, we brought up the driveway, and it is just like one single driveway. Would you be opposed to widening the driveway a little bit so that you wouldn't have to worry about cars being on the road? Just like doubling it up. It looks like you have plenty of room.
I mean, it's going to create more impervious surface. Everything you do creates, causes more problem.
Yeah, I feel like the lots are big enough. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about. You have the dry wells and everything
I mean,
like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you're talking about, but sure, happy to work with.
Yeah, it's just you have two cars next to each other. Because if you have two cars there, they're not going to park behind each other.
I think we've already exceeded the requirements, but we're happy to, how's that going to work, Scott?
They've met the
What is it?
parking requirements.
We can expand the driveway.
RSI is 1.5. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's it, so no room.
I guess that's a general, we're happy to expand it exactly. What we're talking about, I don't know. We'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they can other costs there, like you were saying, with the impervious surface, there's a surface for
Yeah,
us.
I mean, the more asphalt you put down, the more runoff you're going to get. But the more asphalt you put down, the more runoff you're going to get. But, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they do.
Any other questions? I'm happy to. Thank you.
So you just, again, we want to be very clear for the record. I know you asked the question. The applicant said they consider it. So would you want that to be a condition of the approval that they put a double-sided driveway?
Does the board?
Hear everybody else said.
Okay.
But it is a good point that it is going to be less impervious,
Right.
more impervious surface, so I don't want to flood out the neighborhood.
Right. So I think they said the testimony was just 29% total impervious coverage, including the homes and the driveways. Could be up to 75%, yeah.
I feel like there's plenty of room there for them to be able to put the driveways in.
I think what you're asking is, a resident brought up an issue with parking on the street.
Right.
It's probably a legitimate concern, so,
I think so, yeah.
you know, as a way to address that, I mean, what would the applicant feel?
Apparently, there's enough room to put a driveway that'll accommodate 2 cars side by side, which I think is what we're asking.
Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of room.
Whatever, I don't know if that's 20 feet. I don't know what the minimum requirement would be for a driveway. I don't know. Are there requirements for,
Will that
18
affect the
feet?
setbacks?
what's that?
Will that affect the setbacks?
You just give the professionals here,
Variances,
I
yeah.
don't think so.
they're discussing
Not
something.
18.
We'll wait to hear from, good idea.
Not 18. I mean, for 2 cars, you're saying 18.
Side by side.
Side by side would be 18. And what you're proposing is 10. For 1 car? Is 10.
Pam and Adam, were you discussing anything relative to what we had going on here?
What's, just if the applicant could restate, what was the total impervious coverage that was being proposed in square foot?
The one lot is 15%, the other is 14%. So total should be 29 between the two.
15 of the total, 14 of the total, 15 of each individual lot.
15 on one, 14 on the other.
What is it, the total or the whole?
Of each individual.
Right, so you wouldn't add them together, though. You just average them. If it's 15 and 14,
Yeah.
each one's 14 and a half, 29. You have a lot of. We discussed before why we have this large side lot. I mean, that's going to act like, as a water reservoir, so to speak. It's a very large, undeveloped area.
What is it called? The water's running.
So just, Pam and I may have missed it. Is the applicant agreeing to expanding the driveways? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
you go.
Our, the only thing that, you know, we're looking at is the amount of impervious coverage, and we're trying to do the calcs on the fly here, but obviously, if the applicant were to break the requirements for major development, they would need to provide stormwater calculations at that point. So we're trying to do the calcs on the fly here, but again,
That the stormwater regulations would apply?
they would.
They would apply?
If they break, so they're going to be adding impervious coverage. We can't say sitting here right now
Right.
whether they're going to break the threshold for that.
Okay.
So that's our concern, that's what we were discussing.
And they won't be willing to go over.
What is the percentage?
Rightly so.
So for the breaking point?
It's
40?
a quarter acre
Oh,
of
quarter,
new
okay, okay.
impervious motor vehicle
Wow.
surface. So again, we're trying to do the calcs on the fly here, and
And it's 0.95 acres, so right now it's 29%.
right now they're, yeah, from the applicant's testimony, it's 15 and 14, so 29% across the entire site.
Chuck, or
Yeah,
to
is it-
Adam.
We're
Can
trying
I make
to
it-
figure,
No, go ahead,
is it 15 and 14? 15 of the total and 14 of the total, then you take the average? Or is it 15?
I believe the DEP looks at the entire project.
Right, I'm not sure if it's 29%?
No, it's right now it's 0.95, you're just subdividing it into doesn't look like equal lots.
No, they're not equal.
Not equal, so it's going to be 14% of the one, which is a smaller lot.
All we would ask is that the applicant prove that they're still under the development threshold for
That's what I was
major
going to say to
developments.
Chuck, or,
That's it.
and to the chair, that we make it a condition if they can do it without breaking that, then fine. If they can't, then it would be just
Okay.
the way it would
You
be.
understand what his position is?
You're saying we should go double width if it doesn't create too much impervious surface. If it does create too much impervious surface, to build it as
Go back to the
application.
single driveway.
That's fine.
And we'll count on our professionals to make that determination with you.
Not the attorneys to do the math, because I can't do the math.
No, that's why I said, so
Sure, that's fine.
the fail-safe is that our professionals will do it.
That was my concern, adding.
And Adam, Pam know what he was addressing and looking for. So if it can be done, if not, then unfortunately it can't be.
I don't want to belabor this point, but
Go ahead.
do you have any other comments with on-street parking there? Any issues?
Well, the on-street parking affects every lot. So they would have the same right to do on-street parking as any other lot on on those streets. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
There may be ordinances, I don't know if there are signs out there that prohibit on-street parking. That would be an ordinance that would have to be passed, or there may be one that's already there, I'm not aware.
Which they would have to comply with along
But that would affect every lot.
the rest of the property, or the rest of the street. Do you-
No, I mean, obviously, I think what the resident is saying, and I'm not sure, is that parking's allowed on one side of the street, but there's not enough, not wide enough for both sides.
It's not restricted.
Because well, parking is allowed on one side of the street. And-
Okay.
And we're exceeding and we're going to widen the driveway potentially, we're exceeding the requirement to begin with, and any development there is going to potentially have people parking on the street, but certainly we're not exceeding, this development is not going to be in excess of what any other development.
Thank you.
Okay, just to summarize before the board what the applications are, there's an application.
We're going to do the variance.
We're going to do the use variance is one resolution, or one motion. Thank you. And then the second motion is going to be dealing with the site plan and minor subdivision. The first resolution for consideration, or motion for consideration, is the applicant seeking a use variance approval to allow for construction of a duplex unit within the commercial district. For the testimony of the professionals on behalf of the applicant, and specifically Tiffany Marcy, with respect to the special reasons, the site suitability, the ability to satisfy the positive criteria, as well as the negative criteria. There was a lot of discussion on the record, a lot of agreements that were made are part of the record and going to be incorporated into the resolution with respect to the use variance and other issues dealing with the kind of overlap in the site plan and so on. But the first motion would be to approve the use variance with the conditions placed on the record, indications from the engineer and our planner with respect to certain items that are contained within the report that the applicant has agreed to. So you would need a motion to approve based upon if you believe the applicant satisfied the special reasons, positive criteria, and the negative criteria to grant the use variance.
All right, we've heard the testimony from the applicant. We've heard our solicitor. Do we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve, Kozak.
Second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Kozak?
Due to the small size of the lot and the multi-streets abut the property, and also what the lesser impact would be, what could be there, and with the help of our professionals, yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Carino?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, as stated by Mr. Kozak.
Mr. McGeehan?
Yes, as stated by Mr. Kozak.
Mr. Colavita?
Yes, I believe because of the irregularity of the lot and the impact that what the applicant could possibly build on the property is less impactful, and it does conform greater with the neighborhood. Yes.
Okay. Use variance is approved.
Okay, the second motion would be with respect to, we're going to combine these, the minor subdivision and minor site plan is being sought by the applicant. A lot of the testimony's been overlapping, so the testimony with respect to the use variance and the site plan and minor subdivision will be incorporated as part of that approval if the board decides, chooses to do so. So we need a motion to approve the minor subdivision and the minor site plan, incorporating all of the agreements placed upon the parties and the testimony provided to the board this evening.
We have a motion to approve?
Motion approved, Kozak.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes, with the conditions of the lot size and everything else that was presented from our professionals, yes.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, as stated by Mr. Kozak.
Mr. Carino?
Yes, that's stated.
Mr. McGeehan?
Yes, as stated by Mr. Kozak.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Colavito?
The applicant has agreed to additional provisions there on the property and to make it more suitable, yes.
Okay, minor site plan and minor subdivision approved. Thank you.
Next on the public applications for this evening is application 47-SP, site plan Alan Beeler. Okay.
It's 2 hours of contract.
We're going to take a couple-minute break. We'll be back on the record in a couple minutes. Next application on for this evening. Excuse us. Next application on for this evening is 47-SP, site plan, Alan Beeler.
Leonard Schwartz, law firm of Spotting and Schwartz. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Leonard. Okay.
Representing the applicant.
Summarize.
No, he's going to summarize it. He gets paid the big
Sir,
bucks.
go ahead.
Yeah, want to swear in my...
Sure. Who is that fine? Who is the fine gentleman? Just their name. Who are they? Let's swear you in first. Sir, your name for the record.
It's Andrew Hogg, professional engineer, Land Dimensions Engineering.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this evening?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Alan Byler, owner of the property?
Okay. Swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, go ahead.
Good evening. This property is on Marsh Avenue, across from the Williamstown Farmers Market. We should be very short because this has already been approved since 2018, when the original use variances and the original approvals were granted for the site. We were back in probably a year or so later when they got a digital sign that was approved. At that point, we were asked to come back in to get amended site plan and some other changes were made to fence, et cetera. At the same time, we really didn't need to make any changes, but we, as you'll see tonight, the only changes that have been made to what was happening from before is that we took some sheds out. All these sheds are temporary sheds that are put on the site and sold. You'll see from our engineer that I think 4 sheds were removed from that area and some parking was put on the site itself. The other concern that the board had was generally parking. We have submitted to the board, and the board should have a copy signed by my client as well as the owners of the farmers market, a parking easement so that he has the authority to park any customers' cars on the Williamstown Farmers Market parking lot, where he already has other sheds, and also on the other side where you've approved some other things for his business. He has his office and other types of facilities as well. So he has the authority for, I couldn't even tell you how many parking spaces are there. It's probably about, 50 or more? Probably more than that. So he has plenty of parking, but there was concern about handicapped, and there was concern about some access to people getting onto the site itself by the board. So as they went back and thought about it, they said, okay, let's put a few parking spaces on the site itself. Other than that, there are no changes. I did hear tonight that there was a letter from your engineer planner dealing with dated, what was that date?
Dated,
March 31st, 2026. And we apparently addressed it, but the letter never got to Pam to check it out. We will present a copy of it, and we'll go over that as well. Other than that, that's all we're here for. There's really nothing significant being done here. There's no significant changes except for taking a few temporary sheds out and putting some parking spaces on the site. Other than that, all the issues of fencing and signs and this and that and the other thing have already been addressed. And we basically need an amended site plan. That's where we are. Our engineer.
Good evening. It's Andrew Hogg, professional engineer, Land Dimensions Engineering.
Sir, if you're going to stand back, if you don't mind, pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Oh, does it come off? Or
You can take it off, yes.
So it's Andrew Hogg, professional engineer, Land Dimensions Engineering. The board I presented here, and I've marked A1, is a copy of the site plan which was submitted 08/15/19. This is the original site plan which was approved by this board back in 2018. And on this site plan, there are 4 sheds highlighted in like a yellow color. These are the 4 sheds of which the client would like to remove and convert to on-site parking spaces. At the time of this site plan was originally approved, the parking was going to be accomplished on the other side of Marcia Avenue. So now we want to move, the parking is being moved to this side of Marcia Avenue. So I'll now flip to
I'll let them know.
Exhibit A2, which is the most recent site plan. This site plan was presented, I believe, to the board when applicant came in for the changeable digital sign. But on this site plan here, circled in red, are 5 proposed parking spaces. 6 proposed parking spaces, 5 regular and 1 ADA van accessible. Parking spaces are 9 by 18s, and I believe that does need a waiver or some relief from the ordinance requirement of 10 by 20. Access to the parking will be in from this driveway and then leaving from the opposite driveway. So that is pretty much the changes to the plan since it was last in front of this board.
Is that on your most recent letter? Is that all that was really addressed?
Well, either I can go through what I've addressed, or whether you want your professionals to go through their letter, and we can, whatever the board.
Let's go to Pam first.
Okay, to start off, we can deem this application complete. And the application needs 2 design waivers, one being for parking stall size 9 by 18 versus 10 by 20. And they also need for number of parking stalls 6 versus 111 based on the lot size, which is the purpose of the cross easement between them and the Amish market across the street. They have an easement for shared parking. Further in my letter, under general comments, there are quite a few notes, A through I, which cite conditions that were made a part of the last approval when they came in for the the black chain link fence and the digital sign that were not reflected on the site plan. So they need to make those changes. One of the changes was that the black chain link fence along the front of the property had to be moved back 5 feet, and that affected the digital sign location, so that had to be moved back as well as turning the fencing along the sides, continuing the black chain link fence at least back to the front setback. So those need to be revised on the plan. It's my understanding that they have revised the plan to meet those conditions, but we have not had the opportunity to review that as yet. Parking blocks should be included at each parking stall. The easement has been provided for the shared parking. The applicant should provide grades at the corners of the parking stalls to demonstrate ADA compliance. The proposed sign will need to be shifted back, as I mentioned before, and there are several notes on the plan that need to be revised to read previously approved, and the word proposed to be removed. So these are in our report, and as long as the applicant agrees that they will revise the plan to reflect these, we have no additional comments for the plan.
Sir, are you?
Yes, in fact, the plan we are presenting here tonight as an exhibit has all the items in the general comments addressed.
Yes, so once they submit that to us, we'll review and we'll give a compliance report if the board so approves the change with the spaces tonight.
That'll be a condition that it has to go back for approval.
Understand, no problem.
Review, I should say.
Review, yeah, it's through the chair to Pam.
Yes.
To the applicant. So you'll agree with anything after you do submit it, if she wants something changed or whatever?
Oh, yes, yes.
Tweaked? Okay.
Yes.
Tweak it.
All right, anything else? No, I don't know.
Our planner, new planner, add anything else? Other than that, Alan, do you need to add anything? I think we're fine. That's all we're doing.
Any questions from the board members to the applicant, council, or representatives? Seeing none, hearing none? Wish to open up the public?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this application? Seeing none, hearing none, motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, just summarize the application. It's application number 475 SP Alan Beeler. He's here for an amended final major site plan. His testimony's been provided by their engineer, gentleman by the name of Andrew Hogue from Land Dimensions. They provided testimony with respect to the minor changes that are being made to the site. You've heard the testimony of our township engineer, who's indicated that there were certain general comments set forth in her review letter of March 31st of 2026. The applicant has agreed to adhere to all of those general comments, and is representing a part of the amended plan that the document marked as A1, I believe, sets forth all of the concerns in the general comments. You would need a motion to approve the amended site plan approval.
You've heard the testimony from the applicant, and you've heard our solicitor. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Bruce.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, amended site plan approval proposes complies, with our planners and no concerns of also approved, yes.
Mr. Carino?
Yes, that's stated.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes, with the help of our professionals who agree, yes.
Mr. McGeehan?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Colavita?
There's no significant changes in our professionals agreed.
All right, that's approved.
Thank you.
Any revisions that are sent, please make sure they come through my office, and I'll forward them to them, or just make sure I'm CC'd, please. And I'll make sure to reach out about getting a
Jump
copy
off
of that
and let 'em know.
easement.
Yeah.
Yeah, the letter,
Yeah.
the easement you have.
No, I have that easement. Okay, then
Parking-
the
parking
letter.
easement?
Then just the letter
You
that I
should-
don't have.
You should have received the easement a couple of months ago. If
Okay.
not, just call and.
From your office?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
If you don't have it.
I will
we'll give you a
follow up
copy.
on that too. Thank you.
Before we hear our next application, do you have something else?
Amy need copies or?
If that's what you submitted, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before we take our next application, we're going to take a brief recess, about 30 seconds.
Leonard.
Use variance. He's leaving. On record up here. He's leaving.
Yeah, but he's got to be here because of the use variance.
Yeah, I'm just going to make an announcement for the record. There was an
handle it?
application on this evening. It was Conlin Family Limited Partnership, Conlin Family Trust, application number 2531. It was for a use variance and other assorted relief under the municipal land use law. One of our board members, Dan Kozak, he's a township official as well, has a conflict with the application, so he's not going to be participating this evening. He's already departed. We just determined that one of our professional staff has a...
Before you get to that, I understand that Pam said she'll be able to handle both engineering and planning.
I didn't realize that, so, okay. All right, as long as you're okay moving forward. Okay, that's fine.
Good.
Okay. Very good.
Can this application be deemed complete?
Mr. Chairman, there are several submission waivers needed for it to be deemed complete.
Hang on for 1 second.
Explain to them what took place.
Okay, we have two individuals that are township professionals. One is Mr. Warburton, who's the township planner, and Ms. Pellegrini is the engineer on behalf of the board. Mr. Warburton has a personal conflict. He can't participate in the application or testimony this evening. So the engineer is going to act in both capacities as the engineer and the planner. So we're going to proceed tonight with the application.
All right, we're addressing completeness of the application. Pam, please.
Okay, yes, submission waivers needed for completeness. Contours extending 200 feet from property boundaries. Architecturals, either a waiver requested or provide as a condition of approval. That's to the board's pleasure. Utility letters, condition of approval, and description of property operations, testimony can be provided to provide that. Subject to those, we can deem it complete.
And they will be addressed in testimony?
They should agree to them as condition, the ones for condition of approval, they should agree to them now.
Okay. So Len, you've heard the engineer?
This is just so...
For submission waivers, contours extending 200 feet from property.
Pam, they can't hear you, so maybe, first of all, you can help us out, move forward a little bit, and then... And if you could just read it to the record what the conditions are, please.
Okay. They need a submission waiver for contours extending 200 feet from property boundaries. They need to provide architecturals which can be provided as a condition of approval. They need utility letters which also can be made a condition of approval, and a description of property operations can be done through testimony this evening.
Yes.
So
We'll
you've
provide
agreed
all
as-
that,
okay.
yes. Waiver from,
We were asked for a waiver from the topography within 200 feet of the site.
Yes, that's a waiver. That would be a waiver.
And Pam, that's not an unusual request. We do
That is not
with a
an
lot of
unusual request. It's very often
Okay, thank
granted.
you.
Okay. With that in mind, do we have a motion to deem the application complete with the provisions stated by Pam and accepted by the applicant? All in favor? Any opposed? Take it away, Len.
thank you. Leonard Schwartz, law firm Slotting and Schwartz, representing the applicant, Great Railing. Let me say first that what you're going to see tonight is a revision to an original approval. Everything pretty much you see here tonight and here tonight was already approved by this zoning board back how many years ago? 5 years ago. So there's really no changes in terms of buildings, in use, et cetera, that really exists on this property. The main change that comes up and requires a use variance is because the request that was made by your planner was to combine all the lots which previously were owned by two different family groups, to combine them into one total lot, as you're going to see in the testimony. As a result of combining them, what ends up happening is the building that exists right now on the property, which has always been used as fabrication, and which has a certificate of what's called a certificate of nonconformity for years, even before him, the fabricating of the fences takes place in that existing building. The new buildings, as you'll hear testimony, are buildings for storage of the fence material as they're fabricated and put in there for it to be picked up. As a result of the fabrication being here and having opened this all up to be one lot, legally, what ends up happening is it basically says you need a use variance. Even though the use is not going to go anywhere else on the property, you need legally a use variance saying that on the entire lot, all of the additional lots that are being added now need a use variance to technically allow fabrication on those lots. Now, you certainly can put a condition that the fabrication stays in the one building, but it's understood that there's a use variance for the entire site, but that's the one reason that the use variance is granted. Previously, as I said, beside the fact that there was a certificate of nonconformity, the use variance was granted when we got the approvals previously. So we actually had that approval from before. The other change that made a big difference is that New Jersey DOT came in, as our engineer would testify to, and asked for some changes to be made on the site to take the trucks off the Black Horse Pike. As you know, for a while, it was always that the trucks would pull up on the Black Horse Pike. They would stop, and everything would get offloaded on the Black Horse Pike. Now, as Bill would testify to, there's a section which had the Enterprise car rental building in it, has space and driveways for the tractor trailers and trucks to pull off the Black Horse Pike, park over there, and be directed to where they've got to go on the site to pick up the materials. So that was a major change that took care of that problem. The other concern that we had initially was that between that site and where the building is the Pep Boys. Pep Boys still has a lease on the property and may have it for another 5 years or may have it for a year, depending on what happens with the new merger of their company. So as it is right now, Pep Boys is still right in the middle of all this. Should it turn out, so that's why you're seeing a crazy way that it's sort of jumping around the Pep Boys site. Should it turn out that Pep Boys is no longer there, and should the applicant decide that he wants to add that piece of property onto this, we have to come back in for a subdivision to take that piece of property and make it part of the overall property. That's something that we have to remove lot lines and come back in to do at a later date. But that's why you're seeing a crazy way that you've got the two sort of legs or whatever, and then the rest of the property in the back here. The third thing, and then I'll let client and professionals speak to, is the Lake Avenue Herbert Boulevard. There is no access to Lake Avenue and Herbert Boulevard in the back. This is all empty. There is no access. There's no way that the trucks get in. As my client said to me earlier, most importantly, he doesn't want people coming in from that end of it and stealing product or doing anything on his site, number one. And number two, and I know, over the years that Lidl, when that was a big issue that came up with Lidl, when the planning board or maybe zoning board approved it, about access to their trucks and everybody else onto Lake Avenue, Herbert Boulevard. There is no access to Herbert Boulevard and Lake Avenue. All the access to this site is on the Black Horse Pike. So if there's any concern that anybody has with regard to that, there is no access onto that area. Besides that, everybody will testify, including my client, with regard to the buildings and what's being done there. We have Mr. Gilmore, who's our engineer, Brian, wow, I said, I forgot. Right, Brian Seidel. I'm so wet from outside. And then I have Mario Conlon, who's the owner, who will also explain how his buildings are being put up and soundproofed, etc. And as he has said to me, the purpose of these buildings is, as the biggest problem that existed before, is that all of his product was outside and a mess on the property, and there was always some issues with zoning, etc. So all of these new buildings are going to hold all of his product in there, and as you'll hear, the trucks will be directed to the various buildings they have to go to. So for the most part, there may be some outside storage, but for the most part, all of the storage is going to be going into these three new buildings, with the fabrication back in the original building.
Do you want to bring the three up?
Yeah.
Swear them in, give resumes?
Okay, if all of you could raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this evening.
I do.
Okay, just starting with Mario. Just state your name for the record, please.
Mario Conlon. William Gilmore. Brian Seidel.
Okay. Just, no, just give the credentials when they have to testify.
Who qualify? Yep.
Are you testifying first?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, but your credentials, I know you've been here before.
Yeah, my name's William Gilmore, owner of Site Civil Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, in good standing. I've been before this board many times in the past and been accepted as a expert in civil engineering. Yeah, there we go.
Is that working?
Yeah, is that working?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Should I start over?
We accept you've been here before.
Thank you. This is a colored version of the site plan that was included in the application package. To orient you to the plan, north is kind of 45 or 30 degree to the left here. The Black Horse Pike is on the bottom here. This is Herbert or Lake Avenue across horizontally across the page, and the colored areas, as Mr. Len had talked about, is the combination of all the sites together. This is the Pep Boys area right here that is kind of in the middle of the layout. The things that changed from the last application is that we had initially designed it so that the entrance to the facility would be through the Pep Boys to just consolidate the driveways. And then we went to DOT, and then there was an issue with Pep Boys that they weren't going to allow that to happen since they controlled the lot. So we had to have another way into the facility. So there was an existing driveway here. There was a enterprise rental building that Great Railing was utilizing as a sales office. So with this layout, this new concept, we will be removing that and then providing a driveway right in, right out, because it's a divided highway. So this will be the main access into the facility. Pep Boys still stands alone with their two driveways in and out. There were two driveways here along the the historical manufacturing building. We're going to eliminate those just to remove many driveway access or turning conflicts per working with the DOT. So this actually works out very well because they were having some issues with trucks waiting and staging and stacking on the pike itself. This gives even an over-the-road trucker overnight the ability to come into the site. There's a gate located here, a sliding gate that's 24 feet wide. That'll be closed for security when it's not in operation. There's a gravel parking area, so if a driver comes in, it's nighttime, he can get off the highway. There's enough for 3 trucks to park there. We don't envision that, but it's there in case that does occur. And then when the facility opens, they can come in and deliver their product. So it actually is a little bit better design than what we had initially as far as truck circulation and getting everyone off the highway. The remainder is the same, the 3 buildings. Mr. Collin will explain the logistics on how that operates when people come in and buy things and are delivered. But the basic function is all the product, most of the product will be located in these buildings. There will be color-coded so everyone knows where to go to get it. We don't necessarily have a loading area for each building because the customers come in with various sized vehicles, trailers, sometimes trucks, cars. They'll come in and then they'll park in front of the building, and they can be loaded either through the forklift or by hand. I understand that to keep the noise down in response to our previous application with the residents that we're going to use electric forklifts, so there'll be no sound coming from that. And these buildings will be, I would say, basically super insulated, and Mr. Collin can go over that as a noise reduction. We are sensitive to the neighbors that had expressed concerns with the original application. So the basic it functions is the manufacturing still occurs in this area here, and the product is then stored in here, waiting for customers to come in and pick it up, and then they would leave the site. It still has the same stormwater management features that we had initially, with a stormwater management to the rear of the building, stormwater management area here on the side. This portion that fronts along Lake Avenue will remain in its existing wooded nature condition as a buffer. We're supplementing buffer plants along the rear of this. The buildings were situate such that it would block any noise or from our operations and sight lines as much as possible. Mr. Collin will go over the color schemes to how to mute that down so it's nothing bright or white or anything that you're going to see from the rear of these houses or from this development to the north. So it'll have the standard utilities, gas, electric, all that. We'll light up the parking lot. We are asking for some design waivers as part of the application. Some of it is a lighting. Due to the tractor trailer maneuvering, it's very difficult to get a light to cover the entire paved area at such a great distance with a low pole height. So there are existing 30-foot high poles now on site. We're proposing to maintain that height, which gives us more reach with the lights. They are currently floodlights. We're going to convert them to downlights so that there is no glare from the property, but the height will give us more, a better opportunity to light more areas of the site. And again, during non-operational hours, those lights will be turned down and just enough for security purposes for security cameras. Unfortunately, we've experienced a lot of theft in the area. We are asking for a design waiver on the fence height. I think 6 foot's permitted. We were proposing 8 foot solid vinyl, just makes it more difficult to scale. And again, for security purposes, that's what we're proposing for that. Other than that, that's pretty much the major changes and how the site operates and how we propose it to operate.
So, I know there was an issue before in terms of trash removal. Where did you move the
Correct. Yeah, we've relocated trash over to this area. It was originally here with the first application. I think we did revise it subsequent to that application, and now we've located it over here, further away from residential site and sound, and also closer to more of the commercial area. So we thought that'd be better. This side here, correct. All the way over to the other side of the site, that's correct.
And the gates are locked except when he's in operation, so the traffic removal can't come in the early 40 hours.
That's correct, yes. They can only come in during operational hours.
Okay. And the building that's over running around the Brookdale.
This one here, yep.
Distance between, I think what I saw.
Yeah, it's 100 feet, yes. 100 feet from the property line, and then the backyards, I think they're probably maybe 20 or 30 feet in there, so about 130 feet to the back of the building. This building, and again, Mr. Collin can go into detail on the soundproofing and installation that he's proposing, so you will not hear any noise from inside the operation in the building.
130 feet from building to building at Brookdale side.
Correct.
And in the back?
In the back, we are approximately 30 feet from the property line, and then we have the wooded buffer, and then we'll supplement that with berm and some plantings on that as well to attenuate any noise.
And all of the fabrication is going to be in the existing building?
That's correct.
That's what you need there.
We're not on that yet. They'll go over that. Thank you. I just have two questions for you. When you talk about the trash storage, trash is going to be in dumpsters?
Correct, yeah, it'll be a large container, like a 30-yard container. And again, it will be located there. We're screening it with evergreens and some landscaping. It's pretty far back from the highway, so that'll really definitely soften it. There'll be I'm not sure if there's a compactor or not, but I think you have no compactor, so no noise like that. It's just a roll off the shipping materials and waste that'll be.
Just so it's understood that, it's not piles of trash, trash
Correct,
goes in the
yes.
dumpsters. And then my other question was for these over-the-road truckers that may come in overnight, staging, where I'm going to go with this.
Right.
No idling
No
overnight?
idling, right.
All right. So it's
Yeah,
gonna be
we're not
posted in-
encouraging that, but we're just planning for that because that does happen.
Well, I think everybody knows the problems with the trucks parking on the pike, so that's a great idea, but there's still some residential back there, we can't have trucks idling overnight.
Yep, yeah, we can certainly sign that and it can be enforced.
Thank you.
And the trash, as I said, was brought up before, when we had the approvals from before, and the trash was closer to the Brookdale side. That's why it got pushed over to the other side. So, and when the vehicles could come in, because they were concerned about the waste vehicles coming in the early hours and disturbing the residents. So that's why it was pushed over to the other side, behind the lock gate.
Anybody from the board have questions for their professional?
I have one question. What are the hours of operation for the business?
7 to 5.
Monday through Sunday?
7 to 5 weekdays. Our hours are 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock weekdays, and on Saturdays, we're 7 to 2 by the time we leave.
Thank you.
Should we go to Ms. Morrissey? Or, Jesus Christ. Pam, I'm sorry. I've done that twice tonight. I apologize. Going to Pam, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to, because of the history of the application, I'm going to read through the use variance section and give you the detail that I have. The narrative provided by the applicant states that they are requesting a certificate of nonconformity for the structure on Lot 20 to exist as a fabrication machine shop. The applicant also requests a D2 variance for expansion of a pre-existing nonconforming use. Variance relief is also requested for outdoor vehicle storage and outdoor material storage on Lot 11.02. The applicant states that the storage building on Lot 11.02 will serve as accessory buildings for the principal fabrication use on Lot 20. In 2021, the applicant submitted an application requesting a D2 use variance to allow for parking on Lot 17 and outdoor storage area on Lot 18. The applicant also sought D1 variance approval to allow for more than one principal use on Lot 18 and 20. The applicant should provide testimony on the current status of Lot 18, which is not part of this application, specifically whether the laydown area that they use on Lot 18 will remain to be used.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
18 is Pep Boys, correct. Yes, it is my understanding that they will still utilize that portion of the laydown area that's directly behind Pep Boys.
Just have a question. Well, isn't that then, that's an expanded use and it's not permitted for that use, or is it? That's what, can you?
It was approved before,
Okay, that's what I wanted
yes.
to- okay.
It has a previous approval.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure whether it was going away or if they were going to
Okay,
continue to
good
use
enough,
that.
Thanks.
As written in the resolution, the board granted a certificate of nonconformity for the existing fabrication use on Lot 20 and use variance approval for the use as it exists on Lot 20. D1 variance relief was granted for the proposed parking on Lot 17 and 18 and for the outdoor storage use on Lot 18. D3 variance relief was also granted for the outdoor storage on Lot 18. Block 1101, Lot 11.02 was not the subject of the prior application, and under this application, the lots are to be consolidated. As such, the lot lines to be removed shall be noted on the plan, and a D2 variance would be required for the expansion of a non-conforming use. Based upon the consolidation of the lots, the bulk standards table should be revised to reflect the same. As per testimony needed for business operations, the applicant should provide testimony regarding the overall operation of the proposed use and facilities, including but not limited to the hours of operation, which they just testified to, number of employees, which we need to know, parking, noise, and other impacts. Would they like to
Would you like
address
to
that, or
address
you
that
want me to
now,
continue?
or do you want to wait? Yeah, it's better to do that way.
We need a number of employees.
Number of employees, yes.
Yeah, right now, we're running with 35 employees. Once we get down the street, we'll actually have... Hello. Okay, right now, we're running with 35 employees. Once we get back to this building where we can actually manufacture equally across the year, that we'll be able to drop that down to under 30 employees.
So you're going from 35 to 100 and...
No, 100. From 35 to under 30, less than 30.
Under 30.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Under 30. Okay, thank you. How about, we talked a little bit about noise with no overnight idling. Do you have any objection to that being a condition of approval?
That's a state law in New Jersey. You cannot
Okay.
idle. We will put signs up.
Okay, we'll
I
add
can't hold a gun to
signs.
someone's head, but it's actually a law in New Jersey, not idle.
Okay, do you have someone to present the positive and negative criteria for these variances?
Do, while we have Mario up, I'd like him to present the buildings. He has some other plans, architectural and otherwise, to address some of the sound issues.
Yeah, let me get here.
Okay, so he will be testifying to positive and negative criteria for the use variance?
Our planner will testify to that.
Would
Okay.
you rather than Pam,
Would
rather
you
than
like-
go in that fashion, doing the positive and negative criteria first?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to,
We're going to go to your professional and then come back to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
thanks. Thank you.
Sir, you want to give your background and resume?
Yes, good evening. For the record, name is Brian Seidel, last name is Seidel, New Jersey professional planner. I have testified before this board on numerous occasions on previous applications, and including the 2001 application that was, this subject property was part of.
But just, you'll have to pick the microphone up so you can be heard. There you go. You're accepted as an expert.
Okay, thank you. I'll spare the introduction and summary. Your board engineer did a good job of explaining the past history and the uses and variances that were approved for the subject property here. As you heard from the attorney, the application that's before you is nearly identical, same general proposal, just a slight change in the access and the lots that are part of the application, but the overall use, the functionality, everything is generally the same as the board heard back in 2001. The site is located in the C Commercial Zoning District. That district does permit a variety of commercial uses, including automotive services, convenience stores, automotive fueling stations, convenience stores, vehicle storage yards, wholesale distribution and warehouse, commercial parking lots, vehicle sales, planned commercial development. So the application that's before you is very much in keeping with the uses that are permitted in the district, and considering the hours of operation that will be from generally 7 in the morning till 5 in the evening on weekdays, I would say is less objectionable than the 24-hour convenience stores that are permitted in the district. Regarding the criteria for use variance, for the positive criteria, the site is particularly suited for the use, in my opinion. It is located in the Black Horse Pike Commercial Corridor. The zoning, as I indicated, does permit a variety of commercial uses, and the board has previously approved the use that's proposed here this evening for the subject property. The variance will advance the purpose of zoning, particularly purposes A, by guiding the appropriate use of the land, G, to provide space and appropriate locations for a variety of uses, and M, to coordinate land development and provide the efficient use of land. Regarding the negative criteria, in my opinion, no substantial detriment to the public good. This will improve the appearance and the functionality of the site. The overall comprehensive plan of combining and consolidating these lots is consistent with the planned commercial development that is permitted in the underlying zoning district. This will reduce the driveways on Black Horse Pike and provide more cleaner functionality and better access into and out of the site. As you heard earlier, no access to the rear of the property, Herbert Avenue, which would be closer to the residential area, so all the access is confined to the Black Horse Pike. The location of the buildings at the rear of the property and near those residential areas will basically create a shield or a buffer from those residential areas as well to reduce any visual impacts into the site, screen visibility into the site, and also store the materials on the property. No detriment to the zoning plan or the zoning ordinance. I think the application is very much consistent with the stated purpose of the district, which is to provide opportunities for employment in proximity to the existing residential centers of the township and to foster an expansion of industrial and commercial uses. It's also very consistent with numerous goals and objectives of the master plan specific to economic development. Goal 3, to encourage growth and reinvestment in existing commercial areas. Goal 4, to direct growth where infrastructure is available through the use of redevelopment and rehabilitation of existing properties. Goal 8, to support the commercial and industrial businesses by adapting to changing uses, economies, and market demands, and expanding the location of these uses. And Goal 9, promoting the enhancement of Black Horse Pike to guide the growth and development in a coordinated manner and encourage commercial areas along major highways to provide for common entrances to reduce the number of highway access points. So I think the application speaks directly to several of those goals and objectives. So in my opinion, I think this is a great use for the property. It's in keeping with the commercial use and commercial zoning district. The site design is provided in such a way that will protect any residential neighbors from the impacts of the site and the functionality of site circulation, so to speak. So I believe the benefits of the application far outweigh any negatives, and the application should be approved.
Do we have any questions for the planner?
I concur that the fabrication, which is nonconformity, is existing where it's going to stay, where it currently exists, and the fact that they're adding storage, the storage is actually compatible with other permitted uses within the zone.
You want to continue with your report, Pam?
Yes. We'll move on to bulk requirements. Although there are no bulk requirements for a use variance, the underlying C-zone standards have been applied as a comparison to govern the site. In addition, for the purposes of this review, bulk requirements have been evaluated based on the combined limits of lots 11.02, 17, and 20, as depicted on the submitted site plans and noted as the intent is for the lots to be consolidated. Lot area conforms, lot frontage width, and these are all pre-existing non-conforming conditions. Having 100 feet on lot 17 and 20 is less than the required 150 feet. These are pre-existing conditions. Front yard's building setback, the minimum required building setback is 100 feet. The plan does not conform to this requirement, having 50.3 feet on Lot 20, which is a pre-existing non-conforming condition, and the applicant proposes a 301.9-foot setback on Lot 11.2. Side yard setback. The minimum required side yard setback is 50 feet. The plan does not conform to this requirement, having 17 feet on Lot 17 and 17.9 feet and 30 feet on Lot 20. These represent pre-existing non-conforming conditions. The applicant proposes a 50-foot side yard setback on 11.02, which is conforming. Rear yard setback. The minimum required rear yard setback is 50 feet. Due to the geometry of the consolidated lot in relation to the surrounding area, no rear yard setbacks are proposed. Lot coverage. The maximum permitted lot coverage is 65%. The plan conforms to this requirement, proposing 42%. Buffers. The minimum required side, rear, and front yard buffer is 50 feet. The plan does not conform to this requirement, as no buffer areas currently exist on Lot 20 and 17, which are the lots closest to the Black Horse Pike. This represents a pre-existing non-conforming condition. However, the proposed use of Lot 17 as a driveway intensifies the site use and should not expand the existing nonconformity. The applicant should provide buffering to the maximum extent possible or seek relief from the board. The applicant proposes a 50-foot buffer on Lot 11.02. As for building height, the maximum required building height is 35 feet. The plan conforms to this requirement, proposing less than 35 feet. As for buffers, continued, the applicant is currently showing a gap in vegetation along the southern property line adjacent to Lot 11.01, Block 1101. The buffer should be supplemented with evergreen species along the southern property line where the void exists, or a waiver should be requested. What is the applicant, will the applicant agree to providing buffering in that, supplementing the buffering as requested?
Yeah, we'll be installing Leland cypress.
Okay. Environment 5.2 in our report of April 10th. An environmental assessment has not been submitted for review. As proposed, a waiver is required. Is the applicant requesting a waiver?
Yes.
Five point 3 of our report, fences, walls, and screening. The applicant proposes an 8-foot-high vinyl fence within the front and side yard. As proposed, a waiver is required. Are you requesting said waiver?
Yes.
Yes.
Lighting. It is unclear whether the plan meets the requirements, as no Isolux patterns are shown. An Isolux exhibit should be submitted for review. Will you comply?
Yes.
The submitted lighting plan indicates the use of floodlights, which is not consistent with ordinance requirements for shielded fixtures. The applicant shall revise with the lighting plan to include full cutoff equipped with light shields to minimize and control glare. Will you comply?
Yes.
Just have to move it a little closer, Ben.
Okay, is that better? The plan does not conform to the requirement of the mounting height of a pole-mounted light, proposing a mounting height of 30 feet. A waiver is required. The applicant should be prepared to provide testimony regarding the waiver request and the need for the 30-foot mounting height. I believe some testimony has been provided already for that because of the width of the loading area and the need for trucks to be able to turn, that they can't provide intermittent lighting poles, and so the extra height is, so we don't take exception to that.
And they also said that they would lower that lighting at night, correct? So that-
Yes, yes, they said they would put it, would you be putting it on a timer?
Yes.
Okay. Pedestrian scale bollard type lighting should be placed along walks and at building entrances. The plans do not conform to this requirement. As proposed, a waiver is required and we do not have an objection to said waiver. Is said waiver requested?
Yes. Yes.
A detail of the luminaries to be used, including the lamp type, manufacturer, and wattage shall be provided, including the lamp type and manufacturer for the wall-mounted light fixtures. Will you comply?
Yes, we will.
Pole height and mounting height of the luminaire and the detail of the pole, will you provide the detail of the pole?
Yes.
Photometric data should be shown on the plan either with Isolux lines illustrated up to 2, 1, 0.5, and 0.25 foot candle lines. The plan should note that whether the lines are initial or maintained, the 0.25 foot candle lines should need to be added to the plans. Will you comply?
Yes.
Off-street parking and loading, which is 5.5 of our letter. The driveway fronts the Black Horse Pike. We defer any further comments regarding the driveway design within the right-of-way to the NJDOT. All off-street parking areas containing 20 or more spaces in all off-street loading areas shall have a concrete curbing around the perimeter of the parking and loading areas and to separate major interior driveways to separate them from the parking and loading areas. The plan does not conform to this requirement, proposing more than 20 off-street parking spaces with no concrete curbing. As proposed, a waiver is required. Are you requesting said waiver?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Off-street loading and maneuvering space shall be a minimum of one space per retail or wholesale, commercial, and/or industrial use. The plan does not conform to this requirement. No loading spaces are proposed for the consolidated lot, as it is one continuous lot. No loading spaces are proposed for the consolidated lot. As proposed, a waiver is required. Additionally, the applicant shall provide testimony regarding the types of deliveries expected to the facility. Can you provide said testimony?
Talk about the delivery of
Materials.
the materials, and then the materials both onto the site as well as
Off the
people
site.
come to pick them up.
Yeah, we have a range of trucks coming in, anywhere from pickup trucks to tractor trailers. With the trucks material that we bring in, they come in truckloads, and we offload them with a forklift. The trucks, 'cause, our own trucks, we've run mostly rollbacks now, so the rollbacks get loaded and leave the site and go out on their deliveries.
Okay.
When the customers come in to pick up a product.
We have customers that come in trailers or pickups, and we will load the material for them and get them set up so they can strap their trucks down and leave.
And where do they do that?
They will do it typically they'll do it in one of the parking spots.
Inside of the.
Inside, on the main parking lot.
Inside the back proposed loading area?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all done inside the yard. This way we can handle that. Nothing goes out the door that's not supposed to go out the door.
And I know you're going to explain it in a few minutes with what you just handed out, but if a customer comes up and they're going to be picking up their product, if you're directing them to specific buildings,
Yeah, if everybody looked at the drawings I gave them, we might as well go there. The way I designed these buildings, and I envisioned this from the time I started, all the buildings are going to be black except the front. The roof's going to be black, the back, the two sides. I want that whole thing to disappear. I want the building to be hidden in there, so that it's not standing out. I don't want to put a purple building or something that's standing out. The only thing that's going to be the front of the building. One's going to be red, one's going to be white, and one's going to be blue. So when people come up, we're going to tell them to go to that building, go to the red building, the blue building, the white building. This way it's real simple so people aren't getting lost. Even though it sounds simple, but you get people to do it now, that's it. So it's going to be the red, white, and blue makes it easy. Everybody knows where they're going. It's all going to be blacked out. You're not going to see the building from, you're driving down Bars, you shouldn't even see the building because it's all wood back there. And we want to keep the woods there.
So the black side of the building is facing
Away from the main section.
Corkdale, and that side of it is black on that side.
Yep.
And in the back, where it's facing on Herbert Boulevard.
It's all black. The back and both sides and the roof and the entire roof, front and back of the roof.
So the red, white, and blue is just in that front area, and as you said, the customers are directed to go, your product is in the white building, you're going to go over there and see the people over there where they will put your product in.
Absolutely.
Thank you. There are two proposed 12,000 square foot buildings and one proposed 10,620 square foot storage building for a combined total of 34,620 square feet of storage space. There are no specific loading spaces provided. As proposed, a waiver is required. Testimony has been provided as to how it's going to be used as a commingled loading area. There's parking spaces along the building, and then the center space is just a large loading area. So you'll be directing where those loadings will take place.
Correct. Yeah, you remember, this thing's 140 foot across.
Correct.
So this is 140 feet deep, so there's a lot more room than what it looks like. If you usually don't see a parking lot with this much of a vacant area. And that's where someone can just pull up to wherever they're getting their materials out of.
And we've received truck turning templates with the plan set that indicate that truck turning can take place within that space. As far as fire zones, we defer to the fire marshal regarding the location of any fire zones on site.
I believe the fire marshal already issued a report. I know you had a question about the gate. Did we get a report from the fire marshal?
We did respond back. We don't know where the fire hydrants were and the height of the fence.
We're waiting for his reply back again on that.
Did we get a response back?
Okay, yeah.
The fire hydrant is on our property, so it's not far.
As far as sidewalks, there's new sidewalk proposed at the new entrance on Lot 17. We asked that that sidewalk be extended to the property line. Will you comply?
Yes.
There's no sidewalk in the rear.
Correct. It's just along the frontage of Lot 17. Section 5.7 of our report lists items A through G, which are just minor revisions needed to their stormwater management plans. Have you read through that, and will you comply and add and revise the plans as requested?
Yes, we have, and we will comply.
As far as a traffic study has not been submitted for review. As such, a waiver is required. We would defer to NJDOT, who probably, who reviewed the access, and they would have, if they required one, then we would get a copy. Do you know if they required one for your access?
We're currently under review with them right now. At this point, they have not.
Okay, do you agree to provide us a copy of any traffic study that if they request one?
Yes, we will make that available.
Under section 6, general comments, there's just there's items A through K of minor revisions to notes or details on the plans. Have you read through those, and do you agree to comply with?
Yes, we have read them, and we will comply.
And outside of that is the standard fees, contributions, and obligations, as well as outside agency approvals, and that would conclude our report.
Pam, if I can ask you about the environmental assessment,
Yes.
is that a standard thing, or what, how do you feel about that? It's 5.2.
Well, based on what they're storing there, if this was a manufacturing, or they would be using oils or chemicals for manufacturing, this is a fabrication,
So you
which is
support a
mostly
waiver of that?
welding. I don't see a need for an environmental site assessment.
Mario, while you're up here, show us the plan dealing with the Red, White, and Blue building first.
Oh, we did that, we talked.
I know you talked about it, just wanted to bring that up so they see.
Sorry.
what you're talking about.
Well, okay, he was,
That plan is show the people back so they see what it's been. Give me a copy of it. The other, what's that other?
what, this is the red, white, and blue. This is the black. That's the black.
Yeah. That's showing the building that's facing the residences and also in the back.
All will be black, yep. Black roofs, black sides.
So we're looking at with regard, outside, you indicated to us with forklifts and the operation of the business with, to keep the sound down, you have electrical.
Yeah, but we're on the buildings that are close to, well, the one building everybody's concerned about, we basically going to use all electric forklifts in that building, so there's not going to be any sound. And then basically, here's a whole plan on the system we're going to use to actually stop the sound from coming through the walls.
That's costly.
Yeah, it's basically.
Go down that open field back there.
Yeah. All right, the way the soundproof works is you got the metal siding. You need a gap, at least 1.5 inches between the siding and the wall, so that the sound doesn't come through one to the other. So it stops the sound from traveling through. So you got this metal siding. Behind that, you got house wrap, and that's going to stop the building from getting destroyed and having moisture go into it. Your third step is 1.5 inch air gap. The next step is going to be 6 inches of mineral wool bats, and they're extremely dense, and that stops the sound from going through. And on the other side of that, you got another 1.5 inch space, and then past that, you're doing 2 5/8 inch layers of sheetrock that will drop the sound down to almost nothing. And it's all shown out on there.
So that's just keeping the sound in the buildings and not interfering with the residents or the property surrounding.
Correct. Everything's going to be bouncing back into the building.
What's that other plan, picture you have?
This picture here. Thank you. This picture here, that's as tight as all the material is going to be. Like that one building that's close to all the townhouses, where that's going to be loaded from front to back of material. So it's going to be either boxes and we manufacture the railings that are in cardboard. They're stacked in rack after rack after rack, and that's going to sound dead and everything going through the building that way too.
Just to clarify, I know we've been going through this with your other properties, et cetera. You're not manufacturing, you're fabricating. Explain that.
Yeah, that's what this is all about. And basically, just to make it simple, I went on ChatGPT and just wrote what the difference between fabrication and manufacturing, because I know there was a meeting my son came in and they didn't know what the difference is. Fabrication is taking something and you're actually taking away from that product. So if I buy a piece of wood that's 20 foot long and I cut it, that's fabricated. If I'm taking something if I take sand and I want to make glass, I want to make a glass jar, that you're taking nothing that exists and actually making something from nothing. That's manufacturing.
You're not manufacturing.
We don't do any manufacturing, not any manufacturing is being done there.
So basically, a customer comes in, says they find out that they want to own fencing. You're basically fabricating that fencing so that they can be able to put it in their site.
That's how we make a railing. That's it. That's the machine we use. It's that simple. We did this 5 years ago when everybody almost fell to the floor because they were looking for something, crazy, but that's it. These things will actually go when we have a CNC machine that just turns it around. That's it. But there's no major machines. We don't have any monster machines. That's it. I mean, we don't want people to know what we're doing, but that's kind of as simple as it is. It doesn't get any simpler than that. I mean, it's a $150 Home Depot router. Got to plug it in.
How many at one time now? How many routers at one time are being utilized? I'm not going to ask you to turn it on in here, so.
No. I mean, you're looking around six
okay.
routers, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got a machine that actually you have 6 bays, so you have to put 3 on one and then 3 on the other, and then does 3 from here, and then shoots the other side and does the next rail. But again, you're putting this in the building. You're putting it with insulation. We've been doing it where we're at now for 21 years.
Just to clarify, that fabrication is done on lot 20, correct? Your existing
Correct.
spot?
Yes.
Not in any of the buildings back,
Nope.
which may be a little bit closer to residential?
Use variance technically is on the entire property because we're only going to have one lot. So that's why the use variance goes through it.
Just clarifying.
The fabrication is only being done on that building.
And just while we're on that, because again, I'm reviewing everything and it can get confusing.
There's a lot.
No, the first is you're expanding the non-conforming use, correct? Which would require the D2 variance for the other lots.
Right.
But you're going to agree not to do the manufacturing on the other previous lots. All the manufacturing is going to be in the original, I'll call it the mother building, if you will.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just lawyers making it done the property.
Keep it simple, right? Keep it simple.
One thing, Pam,
Is there anything else that you have to say? You
I'm
have all the plans?
sorry, I went to Pam for a question. Were you done?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Pam, I see a number of parking spaces here. There's parking against the buildings in the back. There's parking against the, I don't know, the fence, I guess, coming from lot 20 and lot 17. I haven't heard anything said about the parking for employees, the 35 to 30 employees. I don't know that I see enough spots there to address.
Yeah, we don't have that in our report,
everywhere, all throughout.
because,
You can testify to that.
yeah, that's why I was asking, they have a parking calculation. There's 26 proposed parking spaces at the existing building. And the proposed storage building, there's 24 parking spaces required and 24 are proposed.
Your employees will be parking inside the fence
Yes.
in those various parking spaces?
Yep.
And I'd like to just get a clarification on number of employees. So you said there was existing 35 employees, and in the proposed condition, there's going to be under 30, or was that an additional 30?
No, less than 30 total.
Less than 30 total, so it actually will go down from 35 to
Yes.
30?
It's going to be a
Okay.
lot more efficient because everything's going
Okay.
to be in one spot.
So as far as parking, they look to have, meet the requirements for parking?
There's 71 total spots.
So your employees may be parked against some of these buildings, like
They're
they
going to
loading?
park, they're going to park on the opposite side. They're going to leave the spots for the buildings to the customers that can, they're walking. Let them walk less. All the employees are going to park on the other side.
Yeah, but I'm seeing 26 and you're saying 35.
There's total, not all my guys drive. Yeah, there's 71 total spots. And we're going to have,
You're saying your employees are going to be parking sort of against the fence,
Yeah.
closer to the blackboard fight?
correct.
In designated parking spots. Is that
They-
correct?
Well, there'll be employee spots. I wouldn't put everybody's name on the spots because if one person
No,
doesn't.
just-
Designated
no.
as in delineated on the site.
That's fine.
Employees-
We're asking-
Yes.
Employees only. We're trying to avoid conflict here because you have a lot going on here. You have 71 spots and everybody fighting to outload and unload. Why not just have designated employee parking on that particular? That would just make it much more cleaner and simpler.
Okay.
Because you have the Wild West going on in between, people picking up stuff, and people want to be as close as possible.
Oh,
I know I do to their products, all right?
Basically, I'm the one that has my truck the furthest from the building right
So
now.
that's a good sign. You're the owner. That's a good,
I'm
Good
still
role
going
model.
back to my same question. Where you're pointing, that calculates up to what? 19 and 7 is what?
I could clear that up.
Okay, good.
They have a parking requirements table on the plan, which expands beyond the buildings, which I just mentioned to you. So they have 26 spaces for existing building 1, which is the fabrication building. They have 24 spaces for the proposed storage buildings, 3 spaces for trailer parking, 12 spaces for employee parking, and 6 spaces for overflow parking. So that totals 71 spaces. So do you have enough employee designated spaces, being that you'll have 30 employees?
I wonder if you guys have updated copies.
probably not.
That leaves 40 spaces left for customers, and typically they're in and out within an hour max.
You have enough for your 30 employees.
Well, yeah, there's 40, counted, it was 40 more than what we would need from the 70-some we have.
So you'll designate 30 spots as being employee parking.
Yes.
Yeah, so that table, the parking requirements table should be revised to reflect the appropriate or the correct employee parking number. Okay, thank you.
Pam, you're good? Done
Yeah,
with your
my report is complete.
Have anything else?
No, you won't talk to anything?
I think we've covered everything.
He'll text to you, but he won't talk to you.
Okay. Well, at this point, we'll go to the public. Do we have a motion to open up to the public?
So move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I just have one question, just maybe Mr. Schwartz. It's a pretty large site. You're planning on doing it all in one shot. It's not going to be in phases. It's all going to be done at one time?
You're doing
Not
everything
building
at
A,
one
B,
time.
C, and D. It's all going to be,
Yeah, it's got to be one thing.
Okay.
Right, it's got to be done.
okay.
Otherwise, you're going to have the parking lot too big, and this is wrong, and just, like, put it in there, put the asphalt down.
Just not phased, okay. You
Right.
got it.
No, it's not, it won't work.
Thank
We
you.
have to get it out of the other property over by Rush
Moving
Fitness.
cell, okay.
So everything's moving over from there over to here.
All right, thank you.
I think everybody will appreciate that. Anybody from the public wishing to address? Come on up, ma'am. Come on up. Where did our mic go?
It's laying down because we couldn't.
Oh, okay, all right.
Kathleen Flaherty, 1050 Baywood Drive. Can I ask, yes,
Swear affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question about the plans? Appreciate the coloring of the building, the coloring of the fence. Why would you put a white fence? Why would you go through all the trouble of making the buildings blackout and then have a white vinyl fence surrounding it? Right, but the vinyl fence is surrounding all three buildings, or no? So this fence here, along
Can't even hear. Ma'am, can you
this
address us,
fencing.
please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And then,
Is there fencing here?
It's around the perimeter.
No?
Basically, what's happening is, this is a retention basin.
Right.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, this is a retention basin here, and the state's going crazy on how big these retention basins have to be, but basically, it's going to be a 4-foot-high fence surrounding this so no kids can get in. It's going to be a pool code fence, the same type of fence used for pool code. This is going to be black. All this is going to be black back here. I think there's going to be an 8-foot-high fence here, 8-foot-high fence here, and then basically here, you're going to have an 8-foot-high fence. This is all going to be black. So the fence is in the back here. This is going to be 8 foot, 8 foot. And it's going to go around the retention basin so no kids can get in there, and that's going to be all black. And then up in here, this area up front, like nothing back here that you're going to see, but up front here, that's going to be white.
so anything facing the public is going to be black, basically, or residential, yeah.
It's going to be, it's on record. It's going to be black, and what I want to do, because I did it in my own house, I want to get vines to grow up there. So I want to basically amass the whole black fence with greenery and basically get vines in there to grow in. Because we did it in my house with honeysuckle and other different things, so we didn't see the chain link fence that we put around our pool.
Adam?
Next question for you guys. Are we doing anything about the use variance, about the fabrication, other than a handshake agreement here? Are we putting any teeth into that? Because if you want to limit the fabrication to the original fabrication building, but you're combining all the lots and you're giving them the use variance, we all agree he said he's not going to fabricate where the new buildings are going, but if that's just an agreement,
It won't be a handshake. What'll happen tonight is the board will make a motion.
it will be a condition?
Condition of the approval would be that the only reason that they must expand the use variance is based upon the fact they're consolidating
I get
lots.
that, yeah, but
And the
they're,
consolidation occurred as a result of the township professional saying, look, we want them consolidated so we can have everything basically under one head.
so it will be a conditional of
Yes,
approval that they
yes.
cannot fabricate
Yes,
in the
correct.
storage buildings?
I think he's
Okay.
agreed to that, so.
Okay. Got it. I wanted to make that clear.
We addressed that a number of times, so yes.
I wanted to make it clear it was going to be a condition of the approval. Yeah. The lighting and the fencing. Okay, so the lighting was described as a security feature and also it needed to be taller for the trucks. The hours of operation, going to be very little dark time and only for part of the year. So you're talking about most of the lighting going to security, which the fence is also supposed to, locked gate is also supposed to serve security. The lighting is a significant issue for the residents in both developments on Herbert and in Brookdale. We're going to be looking at a baseball field type lighting outside of hours of operation for security reasons with a locked gate and a variance for the fence. I don't understand why the residents have to be burdened with that lighting off hours in a place that used to be woods and dark for security. We're basically having to pay the price for the security for choosing this location. Why can't it be motion sensor lights? Why can't it be turned off at nighttime? Because nobody's there but us at
Wait a minute,
night.
Mario. Hang on.
Nobody's there but us at night, and even I understand it's down lighting, that is still going to be a significant lighting impact on us.
So we're going to go to professional, because we have discussed it about it being turned off on timers and the light being lowered during certain times, but you're right. Yes, it does need to be, hang on for a second. Some of the, sometimes in a year, it does need to be lighted
I
for the
mean,
trucks.
half a year for a half an hour. 4:30 it gets dark, 5 o'clock they're done.
Yeah, they've agreed to provide timers to address that, so they're on when needed and on when not.
Should we put some type of timetable on that? I mean, how do you feel about?
It should be
Yeah,
dark at
We'll come
night.
back to you. I just want the
It should be
public-
dark at night.
Yeah, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, it should be dark at
that-
night, particularly if you're putting in that significant amount of fencing and a locked gate.
Yeah, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have building lights that could be, that are for security, that wouldn't be offensive because they're not higher than the building. They're below and they're behind the building. It's the taller lights. You could do motion sensor or timer.
Personally, I think if somebody's going in to steal something and they walk into a motion light and it goes boom and hits them, I think that's more scary than walking around the lit spot. And I think they would actually run quicker than they would if they didn't. Because I have my wife with the little lights that you put out back to let somebody that's steal my neighbor's car.
So you have the building lights, and then you'll have motion sensors on
The building lights will have lights and they just basically light it up and up.
the high poles.
It's the high poles.
Len, I'd like to go back to having the public give us their, and then addressing it afterwards.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
I'm ready
It's-
with my last
It's not really a
comment.
round table. Let's do it.
Last comment. What is in the statute, in the requirement? What's the purpose of the environmental site assessment? Like, what's the purpose of doing that? I understand it's being waived here, but what's the purpose of that?
Generally, an environmental site assessment is usually required when a property has probably been farmed and there might have been pesticides used on the
Is it about the
property.
future use, or are you trying to determine if the property's been impacted, or are you trying to determine that this use that you're approving won't impact the property?
An environmental site assessment is to determine existing impacts.
Existing impacts.
Existing impacts that may need to be addressed.
Okay. I'll only say this. I won't qualify myself, but I am an environmental consultant with almost 30 years of experience. I do qualify as an expert in this territory. If you're talking about existing impacts and you're talking about waiving that with as old as this building is and the operations that used to be in it, not proposed, not the fabrication, that used to be in it, I would question that. I would not do that. And I've done this for almost 30 years. So I'll just say that because the environmental assessment will assess the historical operations of the property. And the historical operations of that property are likely significantly more risky than fabrication. So I think you should double think that. That's the end of my comments, though.
Thank you. Come on up. You're just going to state your name and address, and then you'll get sworn in.
Siobhan Morgan, 1046 Baywood Drive.
Katie, you swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
All right. So I have a few questions before I get started with. I do have something else, but let me go here. So I understand that they said the hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, and then I think he said Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. My concern is, why are those business hours there if you're having trucks unload at night? So that means a truck could come into the residential of our backyard area and unload at 3 a.m. And as we all know, trucks are not silent. They're loud. They're noisy. The amount of pollution that would come with that is just all very risky, and for our health, it's not good. So I just had a question about those business hours being in place if there's still trucks loading at 3, 4 a.m. in the morning.
There won't be. They have to load and unload during their business hours to 7 to 5, 7 to 2. And that's why they have the stockade fence with the new driveway coming up. Trucks may show up and, they may or may not be able to control that, but they may come up and park in that entrance area off hours, but then they're being told that they can't idle. So it's not, the trash can't be picked up during non-business hours. So that's not going to be, the backup alarms on the trucks to pick up the trash and so forth. So the operating hours are the operating hours, and that's when they need to load and unload.
Now, to piggyback off of that, you said that the truck would have to sit there and they can't do anything? Like, what are they, when they come at 3 a.m. and they're not loading, are they sitting there until 7 a.m. from 4 a.m.?
They can't operate outside of their business hours. So if
So
the
the
truck
truck-
does show up out of their control, they have created an area for them to park, but they're not permitted to, outside of their business hours, allowed to load or unload them.
So then here's another follow-up question. So if the business hours are from that time and a truck shows up at 4 a.m. in the morning, then that big light is on, sitting there, because a motion, the light to come on.
Yeah, I don't, they can address that, but
Okay. So those were some concerns that I had about the lighting, because even though they said that those were the business hours and nobody's doing anything, and the truck's sitting there and they can't do anything, they're sitting there for 2-3 hours until they open up and that light is on because it's motion censored, supposedly. But let me go on to my next thing that I have. So, we, the undersigned residents, respectfully request that the city investigate and address ongoing disturbances caused by the fabrication business. The business's operations have created repeated quality of life concerns, including loud traffic at all hours, including overnight, trucks left idling for extended periods, creating excessive noise and exhaust, bright exterior lights operating throughout the night affected by nearby homes, continuous industrial noise during the nighttime hours that disrupts residents' ability to sleep and enjoy their property, repeated disturbances that may be inconsistent with local noise, zoning, lighting, and nuisance ordinance. These ongoing conditions have negatively affected the health, safety, and peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhood. We respectfully request that the appropriate departments investigate these concerns, determine whether any local ordinances or permit conditions are being violated, and take any necessary enforcement or corrective action to reduce these impacts on nearby residents. And I do have the petition here, and everybody that signed is here. They wouldn't let us turn it in earlier. We did try because they said they needed to make sure everybody was here.
So everyone that's here is going to agree with the petition, so why don't they just come up and give their name and say, I agree with the petition?
Yeah,
We
they
can't
can.
consider the petition.
Yeah, they can do that.
They don't have to repeat everything, and if they want to, they can. It's the public.
Okay, they can do that. Who wants to go first?
Carol
Yeah, I'm
Mason.
going to. Okay, Carol Gibson, swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Do
hear
you
you.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. You signed the petition and you agree with everything the young lady said?
Yes.
Okay, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, I do. My concern is the lights. He had someone patrolling his grounds, and the lights were shining directly into my bedroom, wee hours of the night, throughout the night, consistently. And I had to go to the police station several times. I even emailed. It was Mario's email address. I never got a response from him. I had to keep going to the police station, making reports. And now you're telling me there's going to be lights and all these other things. Nobody want to be up wee hours of the morning. The trucks that are sitting there, if they're not going to idle, we're still going to hear the noise if their engines are on. They're loud. Those big trucks are very loud. So, we come, we give our opinion, we tell you what's going on, we're making you aware of the things that we're going through, and it seems like you guys just go ahead and approve anyway. I don't know if this even matters, that we're making our, concerns clear to you guys, but I'm for businesses. I have a business. But when my business affects people around me, then these things have to be taken into consideration. So again, I have no problems, but I tried to personally go to him or directly deal with him. I got no response, so I had to keep going to the police. They have things that they need to do that's greater than me going to them about a business that don't care about the noise that they're making. And where is the dumpster going to go? Because that was an issue as well. Nobody, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, that thing was hitting that ground. And he kept saying, well, I can't do anything about it. We've talked to them. Well, they're paying them for this service. So we should not have to be awake in wee hours of the morning because they're banging it. How far is it going to be from us?
Show them on the plan.
Sir, do you want to
Just show
come
them
up
on the
and show
plan.
her on the plan?
It's much easier.
and I'm over here. So when I'm looking out any of my windows, I'm still going to see these colors of the bright colors that are in front of these things as well.
This is 18 feet, I think, 18 feet high.
Mm-hmm.
And then this side, they're all black.
Okay.
And there's only like a white stripe, red stripe, and blue stripe. So I don't believe we'll see that.
Okay.
And there's trees here.
There's not. He started taking out the vegetation and the trees and stuff that were already on our side. He started doing stuff before he even had permission to get it done. You're not aware of that. Well, we are because we're the
Ma'am,
residents.
as part of their approval, please address us. As
I'm
part
sorry.
of their approval.
Well, he was saying there were vegetation and trees and
As
stuff,
part of
and he
their-
already took that stuff down. It's just starting to really grow back.
As part of their application, there is buffers that are required, and it's part of the record that they have to have certain buffers. So if something's being taken out now, whatever's in the application is going to need to be, the buffer is going to need to be there. So regardless of what's happening right now, that really doesn't have anything to do with going forward and what they're going to be required to do.
And they do operate outside of that 5 p.m. They do, because we hear it.
Okay, well, they're going to get, it's a condition of their approval use variance is going to be a time of operation. If they're operating outside of the scope of that time of operation, then you can contact the zoning officer who will file a complaint,
Okay,
okay?
okay, thank you.
That's the process. What's that? Yeah, we can. It's a condition. It's a condition. I know somebody brought that
Hi,
up.
my name's Amy McLean. I live at 1048 Baywood Drive, and
And what was your name again? I'm sorry, I was,
Amy McLean.
okay, do you swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
I agree with everything that was in the petition. Everybody pretty much already expressed the concerns that I have, which is the noise, the light issue, because my house is literally going to back up to that one warehouse. And that's going to be the view that I see. I also have great concerns about depreciation of my property value because of these warehouses. So I don't know if you guys take that into consideration at all, but I wish you
We're not
would.
permitted to take that into consideration. Value, taxation, any of
Okay,
those
great.
issues.
That's good to hear.
Okay,
Awesome, thanks.
that's the law, unfortunately.
Perfect. Good to hear. My other question is, somebody made mention that most of the materials are going to be stored in the warehouses. What does that mean exactly? Where's the rest of it going to be stored if it's not going to be in the warehouses?
Write that down and address that afterwards, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Anthony Demaro, 1010 Herbert Boulevard.
Can you swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Just got a couple quick things. I know some of this was already addressed. Forgive me, I wasn't prepared to rewrite this, so I'm just going to fire away anyway. I got a couple concerns regarding the application. Number one, the clarification of the proposed use. The applicant is requesting a D2 use variance to expand pre-existing non-conforming machine shop / fabrication use, specifically related to fence work on the newly consolidated Lot 17, resulting from the consolidation of Lot 1102, 17, and 20. During the applicant's 2021 testimony, Mr. Conlon stated that there is no manufacturing of fences on the property, explaining instead that vinyl components were purchased and only modified on-site using a CNC to open holes. I believe in his testimony, he kind of equated manufacturing to like cutting a piece of wood, if I'm not mistaken. I just want to, I guess, clarify, would taking a fence post that is solid and then opening it up to accept a top rail or bottom rail fall under that same definition? Again, not starting anything, just for clarification purposes. Given this prior testimony, I respectfully request that the board require clear clarification on the record as to whether fence manufacturing is now proposed, and if such an activity is permitted, any approval should include narrowly tailored conditions that strictly define the limit, or define and limit the scope of that use. Second thing I had was air quality, emissions, and odor control. While PVC in its solid form is generally stable, the heating or melting of PVC materials can release potentially harmful fumes. Accordingly, I request that the applicant provide detailed information regarding proposed air filtration and ventilation systems, measures to protect both the employees and surrounding properties, some assurance that no harmful or noxious emissions will leave the building, and any approval should include enforceable conditions ensuring compliance with applicable environmental and health standards. Number 3, which they did touch upon, was interior noise control. Noise concerns were raised during the 2021 application. A particular concern I have is regarding the high-pitched sound generated by the CNC routers. Given the site's proximity to residential uses, I respectfully request enhanced sound attenuation measures, including multiple layers of insulation, as previously discussed in 2021. Condition prohibiting operation of CNC machinery while overhead doors, large bay doors, or windows are open. Because if anybody knows, you can contain the sound as much as you want when everything's all nice and tight and sealed up. But as soon as you break one barrier, that sound is going to be emitted from that building. Consideration of a live demonstration measured with an SPL meter of similar equipment, such as the one they use at the Rush Fitness Complex, where there are other warehouses, to establish a baseline and decibel levels and expected impacts. These measures are critical to ensure that interior operations do not adversely affect nearby residents. Number 4 was exterior noise and operational impacts. With regard to, I think they touched upon it, it was basically the methods of material handling between buildings, the forklift and tractors, et cetera. I know they said forklifts were going to be electric. Hopefully there's some sort of, I guess, preventative measure or some sort of, I guess, contract or however you do it there. I didn't know what the frequency of deliveries, like their actual deliveries of the material that they're going to be possibly modifying was, if that was going to be allowed to happen after hours or not. In 2021, there were questions raised as to when Waste Management will be picking up the dumpsters. I believe that was all addressed. To mitigate these impacts, I recommend installation of substantial noise buffering landscapes, dense mature plantings rather than minimal shrubs, additional buffering measures where appropriate. I don't know if anybody's ever been up here before or seen anything like this, but I know when they say we're going to do landscaping and this, that, the other, they put a little tree in the ground that's 2 feet tall, and it's going to take 10 years for a 15 or 20 foot tree to evolve out of that. So hopefully we can do something substantial there. The fence, I know they touched on that. I believe it was 4 foot. I don't know if there's any way for in any of these areas that could be seen behind or on the sides where the residential areas are, if the township would allow them to go up to an 8-foot fence. And I did hear something about like vinage or something that would grow between the fence. I didn't know if they could put like a fence slat or something in there temporarily to give some sort of additional screening between that. Lastly, material storage and protection of unimproved land. That's a big concern of mine. A significant concern relates to the use of outdoor areas for storage. Specifically, I request clarification regarding the approximately 300 by 300 foot unimproved area along Herbert Boulevard. Given the scope of variances being requested, I strongly recommend that any approval include a binding condition that this area remain permanently unimproved. No storage of materials, equipment, vehicles, trailers, dumpsters be permitted. This recommendation is made in light of prior issues discussed in the December 7, 2021 zoning board meeting, where residents raised concerns regarding the site activities. It is also due to prior enforcement and legal matters involving the applicant, including the litigation brought by Pep Boys that reportedly resulted in a judgment in excess of $500,000. Given this history, it is important that any approval include clear, enforceable restrictions along with defined mechanisms and consequences for noncompliance. In summary, I respectfully request that the board require clear, on-the-record clarification of the proposed use, impose strict enforceable conditions addressing emissions, noise, and operations, ensure meaningful buffering and screening measures, and protect the unimproved rear portion of the site through binding restrictions or physical design solutions. I know in the previous applications, somebody had mentioned a deed restriction. I don't know if that would apply to this. And the area that I'm specifically talking about is it's approximately 300 by 300 foot wooded area along Herbert Boulevard. Because there's in the site plan that I saw, I know there was fencing in here, but there is nothing that would, in the future, if somebody was to just do something without asking permission first, from opening up this area and just starting to use all of that ground for storage or anything else. Just trying to prevent that. So I thank you guys. I appreciate it. I know it's late. I will get out of here. But thank you guys for your consideration. Sorry. Just one quick thing, if I could. I just want to enter the legal finding that I found regarding the Pep Boys. If I could give this to somebody.
What? I'm sorry.
Was that the lawsuit again that Pep Boys had?
That's not
You guys
relevant.
okay?
I'm gonna
Okay.
consider that. That's not relevant.
Sounds good. Just want to make sure you didn't think I was just pulling it out.
No, I know. I never suggested that, so.
Hi, Steve Ball.
Address. Address for the record. Address.
Stephen R. Ball.
No, where do you live? Your address.
Oh, 1038 Baywood Drive, Williamstown for 77 years.
Swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do. Okay, just to clarify some things. In the past, when he first started cutting down all the trees and then put the gravel in, it was a lay-down area that you could see, especially in the wintertime. Now, what was stated tonight, all storage will be inside the building.
Sir, are you addressing us?
Well, I'm addressing somebody that can give me an answer.
Okay.
Will all
Address the
storage
board.
be inside the building?
I think he describes a laydown area.
Right.
I'm
just clarifying what I heard was inside the building.
Mr. Gilmer, can you just point out the laydown area? Just so we're clear, because we're rolling. We need to focus.
Oh, okay, right.
And then everything else will be in the building.
Right, over here is behind Pep Boys, which is on the other side of his current building. But in the past, once he cut the trees down, before he got the Remcor building, it was laid out on gravel. This will all be asphalt now.
Correct, yep.
Right. And everything we'll see black, only the front of the buildings are color. Correct. Okay. And from the plans here, the fence around the perimeter is an 8-foot-high chain link building, fence. Right, right. And 8 foot. The building, right.
But I had to jump in, and nobody's addressing it, and we're all over the place. We're gonna be here all night.
If we can,
Can I just make it simple,
Okay.
if I may? Can I make it simple? The only laydown area is gonna be that area, correct? The area we pointed out.
Right.
Because we're all over the place. It's late at night. And that area in the back that Mr. DeMauro brought up, that's not gonna be cleared out. He's pointing to the big green area.
The green area.
Big question
No,
mark.
that
on it.
was the other guy.
Okay, let me just
Not
ask
me.
my question. would you agree that's not going to be a laydown area, and you're not going to clear that, even though the extent of your approval carries into that? You're not going to develop that area unless you come back before the board. Well, you don't have any plan to do it. But unless you come back to the board, you're not going to develop that portion, you're going to leave it that way. Okay. Well, you're not allowed to, but you agree to it. It's going to be a condition of approval. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I see a note that states 8-foot chain link fencing around
That's what you just said.
this part over here, I guess.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. And then people were talking about trucks coming in, and in the past, it was near his current building or sitting out on the Black Horse Pike. Now, what was stated earlier is the old Enterprise building. That strip is where they're going to bring trucks in off the pike. So in theory, you know, you're not going to hear from Brookdale neighborhood, in theory. No more than if somebody was sitting in Library 4 with a truck running, which is right next to it. Okay, and then I see a detention basin along the back and over here, which all of your asphalt will drain into that. Right? Okay. Okay. Very good. So what I see on the plans is what I understand. Thank you.
Sir, can you one more time address the fencing around the building? There's been a number of questions about that, and even if you want to turn the easel so it can be seen.
Chain link.
And speak into the microphone, please, sir.
Okay, so this will be 8-foot fence right here, chain link fence, right? And he's gonna plant the vines in there to grow up. Then you'll see the back of this building here will be black. And this is a 4-foot high fence that's non-climbable, that goes around the basin, back in here, and it picks up again, ties into this building, 8-foot fence all the way around. And then we'll have a buffering between the fence and the property line of evergreen buffers in there. So that's the extent of the fencing. This building? No, whatever trees are here now, and this will be painted black, the back of it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to address the board? Come on up, man. Your name and address, and then raise your hand to be sworn, please.
Maria Foliano, 1064 Baywood Drive. So
Swear from
I
the
did
top.
sign the petition.
Swear from to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, you
Yes.
signed the petition.
I did sign the petition. I agree with everything they're saying. This is basically an industrial project that doesn't belong on top of a residential area. It's too close. The trucks aren't going to be silent. You know, trucks are loud. They're not silent. So, and everything else that they said, I agree with. I don't want to repeat everything that they said. So I just wanted to bring that up. You know, it doesn't belong in that area. And if it was me looking on that street to buy a house, I would turn around and go somewhere else if I saw that monstrosity being developed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Name and your address?
Adam Brinkman, 1033 Baywood Drive.
Swear from to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do. I just want to start by saying I signed the petition and I support everything that my fellow neighbors have addressed to you tonight. I do have a few additional concerns on top of that. One is an issue of complacency. For instance, the no idling sign is only really as good as the driver that adheres to it, which might be effective for 3 months, but if the same driver comes back over the course of a year at 2 a.m. and there's no one there ever, what's to stop that driver from disobeying the sign? So what are the enforcement mechanisms in place to make sure that these conditions, which are appreciated, are adhered to throughout the life of this business? Additionally, I'm also an environmental consultant, not for 30 years, for going on about 10, but I do want to reiterate that environmental assessment should be a must for this property, not just to address future use, but as we stated, past use of the property. The last thing we want is for excavation activities to begin and someone dig into a 10,000 gallon gasoline tank that no one knew was there, affecting groundwater in the area. Also, according to the Fish and Wildlife Service, there's a wetland area within 300 feet of the project, typically a buffer. So an environmental phase assessment would address conditions and suggestions on how to approach that, which I think would be necessary not just for the community, but for the town itself. And additionally, the lighting, as I understood it during the meeting, the lights would not go off. They would simply be dimmed at night. Was that the initial?
We'll address it, yeah.
Okay, because as I heard it, they would be dimmed. They would not go off.
We'll have them address
Okay.
after.
And then for the motion lighting, again, what's the intensity of that motion lighting? Are we going to have a random deer walk through the property and bright daytime lights flicker on in the middle of the night? So those are my questions. I just wanted you guys to just take into consideration that it is a neighborhood. It's not just us adults who live there. There are children. There are retirees. There are people who I just appreciate if you would consider. So, thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Seeing none, hearing none, do we have a motion to close? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? You heard a number of concerns from the public. Can you try to start addressing those? We do have like 22 minutes before we have
Gotcha. We'll go fast. One thing I want to point out is keep in mind that we have a certificate of nonconformity with regard to the fabrication, and the use variance was already approved for the Lot 20. So we technically have the authorization to do the fabrication on there, but legally, we have to expand that with the condition only because of the need to make it one lot. And that was based upon a recommendation by your planner. I mean, we technically could go back, as opposed to the condition, we can go back to the way we were originally proposing it, where there are separate lots. But if we start doing that, what Adam was pointing out was there's a lot more of variances that are going to be needed for buffers and side yards and a whole bunch of other things that we're eliminating by not doing it that way. So that's why we got into this one lot as opposed to otherwise. So you have that condition that the fabrication is just going to be in that one building with the storage in the other buildings. Why don't you address are there any vehicles that are truck coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning?
They won't be able to get through the gate. There's going to be a clocked gate. When we leave, we're locking the gate up so no one can get in, so they're not going to be able to get into our area.
Have you had trucks that have been parking on Blackworth Pike at this point?
We've only
3
been,
o'clock in the morning?
no, there haven't been any trucks on that site for 3 years.
You're not expecting trucks to be parking it on that other lot? Is that lot 17 or 18?
17. Yeah, the trucks will be able to come in here and park.
At 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, and what's going to stop them is $6 to $7 a gallon for fuel. I don't think a truck driver wants to blow through $100 an hour on gasoline or diesel fuel.
And if the trucks are going there, I assume that they call police and they're idling there.
Yeah, it's against the law in New Jersey to idle. You can't even idle at Wawa.
Are there other, and the trash is being picked up during business hours, behind the fence, on your property, on the far side?
Yes, as far as you can get away from the other side, from Brookdale.
And the outside storage, once you have these three buildings, is there minimal outside storage for some reason?
Yeah, it's going to be fenced in. It's going to be the white vinyl fence. It's going to basically block it in, so they're not going to ever see it from their house unless they're 50 feet in the air.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to address that was raised by the?
Yeah, we have a phase 1 and phase 2 done on the property.
Phase 1 and phase 2, the environmental.
Environmentals, yes.
Was that submitted? I don't know whether.
No, we never did it because we just did it on our own. Just when we bought the.
Can you submit that to our board engineer?
You got it right.
Sure.
He's
Doesn't
got
have
it.
to be tonight, but
No, yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got it.
And how long have you been using that building for the fabrication?
21 and a half years. Yeah, 20 and a half years ago. He's got in there. We moved in.
What was used for it before?
There was everything from making white reindeer to different machine shops, and so there were a lot of different fabrication, I guess.
During this 21-year time period that you've been using it, what you've been doing is fabrication, not manufacturing.
Correct.
And we're talking about fabrication.
Yes.
You're basically putting holes in the fences or making them so they'll.
Yeah, we'll go right to this definition. Sorry about those. No, but basically fabrication is when you cut stuff away. Manufacturing is taking nothing and making something out of it. Fabrication is when you take something and you take away from it to make it something else. Again, the lighting. Again, they're going to be motion lights. We're going to have, we'll have low power lights here just to give some light up. So if someone had to come in or cops come in, that they have light.
Will there be lighting going in the house?
No, because it's on the other side of the building. Light can't turn.
Lights on the other side?
No, nothing in the back. Nope.
So it's all on the interior?
Yes. Yes. Yep.
I'm sorry, Len,
Can you repeat that, please, a little louder?
we didn't hear
so
that part.
everybody hears?
There's going to be no lighting in the backs of the buildings.
Okay, so just
the
on the
front of the
sides
buildings.
of the buildings?
Yes.
And towards the front?
Just the front of the buildings. No sides, no back.
And the 30-foot poles, what is going to happen there? Is that going to be timed? Is that going to go off at a certain point?
We'll have to have a timer. So like, I know if there's a period of time that you're probably got a half an hour of light that you're going to need them. And at that point, they'll turn off and there'll be motion sensors. Again, because if someone walks up and a light clicks on like that, they're going to panic.
The poles we're talking about?
Yes,
Lights
the
on
poles. Yes.
Okay. So they're going to be timed? They're supposed to go off at the end of business and come on early in the morning?
Yes.
So we won't have the motion sensors.
Yeah, can I get some clarity?
You're saying something
I
about-
want motion sensors. So if someone comes
So you're going to have a timer
and a
to
motion
go
sensor.
to the end of business, and then it would.
After
then
that, be
the
motion sensors.
would-
So if a deer gets into the yard over the 8-foot fences, it will set the light off. But hopefully they can't jump 8 feet.
Okay.
I know the Blue Cork Winery uses lower fence than that to keep the deer out.
On the pole lights or just the
Yes.
building?
Yes,
Can I
the
ask
pole
you-
lights,
yeah.
correct?
Yeah, pole lights.
Motion sensors on the pole lights.
Yeah, I want the light to pop and just come on, so that
Okay.
people think someone just switched the switch.
Does that clarify?
Just to clarify also, I heard a woman say that you also were opening on Sunday. I don't know.
No, we're never been open on Sunday.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of conditions that need to be added
Okay.
based on the comments from the public and testimony from the
Okay.
applicant.
Let me just get through one. A member of the public did bring up a concern about outdoor storage on that lot, that square portion towards Herbert.
What's currently wooded?
That'll be a condition of approval, correct? No storage, no use of that area. There's going to be no parking of trailers, mobile homes, no trucks. Right.
white reindeer.
That's all, there's a basin that's blocking you, any access.
Okay, it's a condition of approval. We're good.
It's going to remain pristine. How about that? That's an easier concept. Remain pristine, right?
You address the landscape buffers, the storage.
So you work with the planner, to make sure you've got the proper landscape buffers around the property.
Yep.
Pam?
Yeah, yes, because the one area that they were talking about between Building A, where some of the vegetation has been removed, they'll have to revise the plans to show that a buffer will be provided there.
Okay. And do you have other comments?
Yes, and where we said no outdoor storage in the area to remain pristine, there should be no access from that frontage from Lake Avenue.
From Herbert Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I believe that was.
That was one of the first things I
That was
said
a
I
condition of.
did not want.
The original conditions. So yes,
Okay.
there's going to be no access there.
Okay.
Any other comments?
And that, just to reiterate, that they will supply to us their Phase 1, Phase 2 documents for review.
Okay. You agreed?
Yes.
And if you see anything that would require a Phase 3, then you'll give.
Then we'll
tell the
notify,
applicant.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Len, anything else?
That's all we have.
Anything from the board?
Okay, I'm going to attempt to kind of summarize what occurred here. There were a lot of representations that were made on the record and agreements that were made on the record, and they will be reviewed and incorporated as part of any resolution that's granted, approved by the board this evening. So I'm going to kind of generally indicate what's being sought here. The first, we're going to handle in two fashions. The first is going to be dealing with the application for the use variance. The applicant was seeking a certificate of nonconformity to allow existing machine shop fabrication to lawfully pre-exist and to continue to expand the pre-existing use and then require the D2 variance. What brought that about was the fact that the lots were consolidated at the recommendation of the township planner, and based upon it, a D2 variance would be necessary in order to consolidate those lots to expand the pre-existing non-conforming use. That, however, does not give the applicant the right, if approved, to conduct any type of fabrication on any other lots other than the original mother lot, which I believe was Lot 20. So the first application is going to be to allow the granting of the D2 variance to allow parking on Lot 11.02, outdoor storage on that, in the particular area at 11.02, and all of the other representations that have been made in the record with respect to the storage building. So the first application would be the first resolution would be dealing with granting the certificate of nonconformity, extending it to the other consolidated areas, as well as the D2 variance to allow the project to proceed as represented on the record. Again, incorporating all of the comments and agreements placed on the record, incorporating the engineer's review letter and assurances made by the applicant with respect to same. And again, these are going to be incorporated into the resolution of approval. It's not just a handshake agreement, so need a resolution to approve.
We've heard the applicant's testimony, we've heard the public and our solicitors. Some nation, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, Rice.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Rice?
Based on our professional's opinion, hearing all the public comments based on pre-existing uses in the D2 variance and the agreements made by the applicant to comply with all suggested conformities and waivers identified as by our professionals, vote yes.
Mr. Carino?
Yeah, I believe the applicant has addressed any of the concerns of the public, stipulations from our professionals, which will all be enforced by the zoning board, yes.
Mr. McGeehan?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Colavito?
I believe that the applicant has addressed a number of the issues, including noise, traffic, circulation, trash, and so forth. So yes.
Okay, the use variance is approved.
Okay, the second motion will be with respect to the second part of the application. The applicant seeking a preliminary and final major site plan approval, aside from the D2 variance. There was presentation made on the record as to what the improvements were going to be to this consolidated lot, bringing everything basically under one lot, under one house, if you will. There have been agreements placed on the record, or actually agreements to comply with the comments made by the township engineer and planner, and so there would be a motion to approve the preliminary and final major site plan approval for this particular application.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Who's that second?
Bruce.
Bruce, thank you. Mr. Carino,
Yes, for the reasons stated at the first order.
Mr. Rice,
Yes, based on the improvements that stated by engineer and confirmed by engineer and planner. Yes.
Mr. McGeehan,
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Mulvihill,
Yes, as stated.
Mr. Colavita.
With the conditions placed by, on the record and the accommodations made by the applicant, yes.
Thank you. Site plan approved.
Thank you.
Turn that router on.
The next order of business is general public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on any topic? We have a motion to open up to the public?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anybody from the public wishing to address the board? Seeing none, hearing none, motion to close.
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a motion to approve the minutes for July 13th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have a motion for adjournment?
Motion adjourned.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.